Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm yelling out into the ether as if there's, some grand audience out there.
They're there.
Oh yeah, they are there. Live audience, cue applause.
Oh!
Man, that sounds like a roaring, large audience, doesn't it?
I've heard it said it doesn't really matter the quantity, but the quality. And our quality is
Yes.
chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss indeed. All right, well, welcome to What the Hell is Water. I am Reed Garcia. We're here with Libby Corneau of Libby's Kitchen and Studio. And today we're bringing you guys a special episode here in the kitchen. So what are we going to make today?
We're making a rustic pear tart. And, think Baileys. Homemade Baileys. We're going to do an Irish cream and a Kentucky cream.
Yes, so if there's one thing that I think about at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday, it's Irish cream and, something to make the day a little bit nicer.
Heck yeah, why not celebrate the glory of this place any day, anytime?
Amen to that.
Yeah.
And so what we're going to do is we're going to start off with the rustic pear tart, and then as the dough chills, we'll do a little bit more on the tart, and then we'll move over to the Irish cream. So it's going to get a 1-2 combo here. And I guess with that being said, without further ado,
Let's wash our hands first.
let's wash our hands. That's a good step. So, one thing you guys can see is that we've got a handful of things already laid out over here. And this is about getting together what's called your mise en place. And that's a fancy way of saying everything in its place. And by fancy, I mean French. And so the point of doing mise en place is that it gets all of your stuff ready, and it makes it to where if you're following a recipe, if you're, as you're cooking, or even if you're not following a recipe, you have the things you need when you need them, and they're where you need them.
Yes. The worst is having to rummage in a cabinet because you thought that the thing was right there, but it's not, and maybe you left something on the stove because you thought you were only going to be stepping away for seconds, and 30 seconds can sometimes be a lot when you're cooking something. So when you have everything already all together on your counter space, then you're just setting yourself up for success.
Yeah, setting future Libby up for success.
That's my favorite. When past Libby helps out future Libby, that's a win.
Yeah, it is for sure.
And
go ahead.
No. I was going to turn the water on for you if you were ready.
So the mise en place we recommend doing all of the time. It's a good thing to do, but it's going to be especially important if you're cooking things that have very sensitive or short timetables, because that means your chance for mistake is larger, right? So if you're sitting there and you're searing a steak and it's a really thin steak, and then you want to still baste it with some butter, then it's like, oh, if I don't take this out within that 30-second window, then I might overdo my steak, which if it's an expensive steak is not a fun mistake to make.
No, it's not a fun mistake.
You might end up with a mistake.
Man. Another great reason for, now help me with the pronunciation, mise en place.
Mise en place. So
Place, if there's an L in there. Mise en place.
M-I-S-E, mise.
Mise.
And then there's a space, and it's E-N, on. And then place, which is like place. It's spelled like place, but it's French. You gotta say, I am French.
Okay.
Place.
It's also great, mise en place, if you are cooking with people who maybe don't cook often, or children, because it's already measured out and they can just kind of help you dump it in. And even if they're holding your hand and help you dump in the thing, that's a great place to start, and they often have fun. We got out all of our ingredients. We got out our measuring utensils, but we haven't measured everything out yet because
we wanted to do that with you guys.
Yeah,
and show you
absolutely.
how to get things measured. So right now we have a recipe here, which we'll share with you guys later, so you guys can cook along if you'd like. But first, we're going to start with the rustic pear tart. And with the pear tart, the first step is to make the crust, right?
It sure is. We're going to make the crust, and we're going to start with our dry ingredients. So you just need a medium-size bowl. And the first dry ingredients in this crust, a flour, sugar, and salt. It's pretty simple. And we're going to measure out our flour first. Reed, do you have a way that you like to measure flour? And we need 1 cup today.
I do. So the thing about flour and a lot of big things is that if you grab them and you scoop them like this, you go ahead and scoop them. They can get really packed in. And so that's why actually in baking, the most accurate way to measure things is using weight, using scales. And so that's why a lot of times you'll see baking things in grams. Now here in America, we've kind of dragged our feet on that because American pride and stuff, but it's legitimately just the better way to do it is by weight. So one way you can get consistent measures by volume, which is a fancy way of saying using measuring cups, is you use like a spoon or something like that. And then you can do this either over your sink, over the trash can, or if it's big enough, over the flour container itself. But you're going to scoop in that flour into the thing. And, you know, I have a little bit of dust getting the bottom.
That doesn't matter.
Not that important. And admittedly, for this recipe, the quantities probably don't need to be that exact. But there are some times in baking, since it's a mix of, you know, chemistry and art, where that is meant to be more important. That
it really is important. But again, this is a rustic pear tart. So as long as your, you know, excess flour isn't too much over, you should be fine.
Right. And so you can see here that it's, actually, hold on a second. Oh, yes, there we go. And so you can see here that this is kind of loosely on top. And what you would do if you wanted to get it level, you could just take the back of a knife like that and you just kind of scrape it off. And, you know, I got a little dent there, but that makes up for a little bit extra.
Sure does. And, of course, you can do all this yourself, but it sure is nice to have a partner in the kitchen. So find yourself somebody who even moderately likes to bake, cook, or just spend time with you.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that I also wanted to make sure to mention when we're talking about the mise en place. I mean, when you do mise en place, that's a great way to get other people involved because
it sure is.
You also don't have to. They don't have to worry about being able to do special things. You can just say, "Hey, hand me that bowl. Hand me this bowl. Oh, hand me that green-looking thing."
Yes, everyone needs a leader. You know what? I really liked your spoon idea.
Oh yeah.
I haven't heard that in a while. But we need. I didn't tell you. We need 1 cup, and this is only half cup.
Ah,
so
there you go. Well,
we can just get that spoon again. Thank you. Okay, let's do that one more time. For those of you who maybe lower down.
Oh yeah, here we go.
You can go to YouTube, y'all, and see this zoomed in image coming from camera 2.
Yeah, and for those of you listening to What the Hell is Water, we're actually also streaming via Libby's phone on her Instagram, which is at Libby's Kitchen and Studio.
It sure is.
Oh, cool. Got that one right. All right, see, that's pretty good. So there we go. So now we have 2 half cups, which makes up
whole cup. And for those of you who might be watching, yes, on the second half cup, Reed so nicely like leveled off the flour into the bowl. But again, it's a rustic tart. It doesn't really matter.
We're going rustic here.
So what we'll pay attention to later is when we add our wet ingredients. Do we need to add like a smidge more? Probably not, but we'll look out for it. Okay, so we're done with the flour. Actually, hold up. We're not completely done. No more is going into our crust, but we will need some later on, some parchment paper as we roll it out. So
good point. So leave it out.
Leave it. Yep. Because I'm kind of the person, if the recipe permits, I like to clean as I go or put things away as I go if I know I'm not going to need them again. It really just helps out future Libby when you're needing to clean up. Yeah. So there's that. So we need...
So now we need sugar, and then we'll need salt, right?
Yes, and so we have our sugar here and our salt, 2 teaspoons, and so we have our little teaspoon here, and I'm just going to go straight in and go, bam, channel my Emeril Lagasse. Also, don't know if I'm really saying his last name exactly right, but y'all know who I'm talking about. 2 teaspoons, always check your measurements, yes, bam. Okay, thank you, and... I think it's, I believe, 1/8 of a teaspoon of salt. So we don't have 1/8, we have 1/4. We're going to go about halfway. We will measure this one over the sink.
Yeah,
as
kind of like
to
halfway full.
Yeah, perfect. Bam. Okay, so you could whisk this together. You could use a fork. You just want to incorporate all of your elements. Sugar,
and the salt and the sugar. We're probably done with, at least for now, right?
That we are. Okie doke. Artichoke.
All right, now it's time for butter. And what we've got here is we have a half stick of butter, which, you know, you've very impressively already gotten ready. You take the stick of butter and then you slice it in half. And if you look on the side of the butter, in case you've not cooked with butter before, there are little markings for tablespoons. A stick of butter is 8, and they have these little handy conversions on here too, so you can see. But this says 4 tablespoons equals a quarter cup. And that's what we need for this recipe.
It sure is. And so now we are going to cut the butter into our flour here. And the important part about this, you might have noticed Reed pulled the butter out from the fridge, and you want it to be really cold. So for the purpose of, showing you these measurements and just talking to you about cutting butter, we left it in the wrapper. But something that you might want to do is cut it into little cubes, like when you're getting all your ingredients together, and put them back into the fridge. And so they're just really, really cold. And that is going to help with the cold butter and the flour together and not having like melted butter in your flour. That's what's really going to give you a flaky crust. So
yeah, it gives you that nice flaky texture.
Yes, it sure does. So we're just going to chop it. And you, at this point, you don't want to necessarily, as much as you can, handle the butter with your fingers. So don't worry about like holding it so perfectly to cut these precious little cubes. Not necessary. We're going to...
And that's because if you use your fingers, you'll actually be warming up the butter.
That's right, because you're hot.
Yeah, because you're hot.
You are hot. So we're putting our butter into our bowl. And you can do this next step a few ways. Reed and I decided to just like keep it simple, not give you like a million tools you need to use. But if you had a food processor, you could do this in that. If you had a pastry cutter, you could use that. Google can show you what that is if you don't already know. But you can also do what we're doing and use a knife or two. We have these beautiful knives here, so
yeah,
it just seemed right.
Oh, here, let me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you?
There you go. And so, just so you're aware, the reason you cut up this butter is to get it nice and small. So this butter is going to be into these small, cold pieces that are now, what Libby's going to do is she's going to mix that into the flour.
I am. I'm going to cut it up, and you're going to be looking for like cornmeal texture. It might take a minute, and if this is where having a partner in the kitchen is really handy. And it might take a minute because this is like, I don't know, one way to do it that isn't maybe the quickest way, but it still gets the job done. And go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, in a pastry cutter, basically, it kind of looks like a banana, if you will, the shape of a banana, and it's just like a bunch of different blades. So it's kind of like having a bunch of small knives for you, a bunch of small butter knives, and you can kind of just, punch it down and rock it around to cut things up for you. But again, like, we're going rustic here, and I don't think anyone's out in the country we're cooking rustic things with a pastry cutter. Besides
it might
you.
not be. I do have one out in the country. I haven't done this before. Somebody probably has. Maybe a fork would work, because that's really kind of what a pastry knife
with
cutter
those small
is like.
gaps in between the multiple pieces of metal there.
And I did say, if you're going to be looking for the butter is nice. You're going to be looking for the texture of like cornmeal or kind of granular sand, little pebbles. And if you notice your butter's getting too soft, just pop the bowl in the fridge and
wait.
Probably
20 minutes.
Yeah, not too long. Just, enough for the butter to get hard again.
And it's, one technique used in some pastry recipes as well when you need small pieces of butter. Not sure, honestly, if it'd work for this or not, but you can actually freeze the butter, and then you can get a cheese grater, like a box grater, and then you can just take that grater and just and it'll actually cut it into the really small pieces for you. And the reason you put that in the freezer keeps it harder, makes it easier to grate, kind of like a cheese, like a hard cheese.
Yes, like if you're grating cheese, keep your cheese in the fridge until you grate your cheese, because cheese gets soft, and grating wobbly cheese is kind of difficult. Hey, this fork is not so bad.
Not so bad, huh?
Would you like to play? It's kind of fun. Think about cooking and baking as playtime and fun time. And maybe you're making this on a chilly day. It's gotten a little cold in Texas. That's where we are. And some people's hands just like naturally stay cold. You could use your clean hands to do this too. And that's where I was going with baking is fun. Getting in there and breaking it up, that sensory can be a good time. Similar, unrelated to this recipe, you have a recipe that calls for like a citrus zest and a sugar, zest your citrus into your sugar, and then just incorporate the zest into your sugar. And it makes some delicious sugar that, while I'm thinking about it, would make like a fabulous rim for a cocktail.
Oh, nice.
But again,
so we've got this here. It's starting to get a little bit ugly.
That is, I think we can go a little more. It's not going to hurt, but we are really getting close. So at this point, well, in just a moment, we're going to add in our wet ingredients, which will be buttermilk and ice cold water. Well, I'll keep doing this.
Is that for this one?
No, not that. That's for our pears in just a minute. But the buttermilk and the ice water are just right there, ready in the fridge. Buttermilk. Ice water. Yes, sir. We're going to do 2 tablespoons of buttermilk and 3 tablespoons of ice water. And if you don't mind measuring them out, we can put them into this bowl together.
Awesome.
How are y'all doing this morning? Drinking some coffee? You know what? If you need to, just take a little coffee break. Just take a little.
Cheers.
Cheers, friend. Pause. Now mention, they say, if you're eating and drinking while you're cooking, wash your hands, or don't eat and drink while you cook. But I promise you, we're going to eat this pear tart, so I'm not concerned of any kind of contamination. But just be careful if you're eating and drinking while cooking. You don't want to contaminate what you're preparing.
Right, and at least we're not eating like raw bacon or something like
that. No. Now that'd be crazy.
All right, so you said this was 2 tablespoons. All right.
And you're at 2. That's 2.
Perfect. 2 tablespoons. Oh, there's like this, creamy goodness on the lid here.
Buttermilk creamy goodness.
That is going to taste good. And, one substitute for buttermilk, if you're, one of the nice things about cooking in general, especially the way that we like to cook, is you substitute stuff all the time, right?
Yeah.
So, like, what made you choose pears for this recipe?
Oh, right. So I just happened to be gifted by accident a box of Harry and David pears. And they're so delicious. They remind me of my childhood. My grandparents are always sent these pears from some friends. And long story short, love the mail system. But somehow I'm getting my grandparents' mail. So I was gifted this box of pears. So I brought it with me on some adventures, sharing these pears. And I thought, what better way to just give them the honor they deserve than to put them in a pear tart.
Yeah, and so these are going to be delicious. But if you had some other fruit at home, you could try something else, right? And
you certainly could. I mean, apples, any stone fruit, peaches. I mean, you could probably do berries too. Just watch out for the juiciness of your fruit, because as it cooks, it's going to release that juice and could turn into a fruit soup.
Right.
Tart.
But it's worth pointing out, we're making a little kind of dough pastry type thing, and then we're going to have a filling that's made out of fruit.
Absolutely.
And there's all sorts of fruits and dough combos you can have. And worst case, guess what? You end up with something that's maybe a little soggy. And
Yeah. No big deal. Make it into a taco.
And and you still eat it, right?
Yeah.
If it doesn't taste that good, then you can always just add a little scoop of ice cream, and everything's going to taste better.
Oh, yeah.
Or you could just pour yourself a little glass of some Irish cream.
You certainly could. And you could also make this savory. I mean, we did put a little bit of sugar in there, but it was honestly not a lot. And you could leave that out or do even less, or put herbs in with this dough and do a cheese and spinach filling.
Oh, nice.
Okay, but
you getting hungry?
A little bit.
It sounds like some dreaminess in there. All right, so we've got our 2 tablespoons of buttermilk, and then we have 3 tablespoons of ice water here. We'll just go ahead and pour those into our nice little container here. Oh, I just wanted to point out, so these here they're called ramekins, but they're just little tiny bowls. You can, look up ramekin or glass bowls, And, you know, I think I bought like 18 of these things or something like that for like $15 or something. I don't know the exact price, but the point is they're not very expensive. And this is what, when you're doing mise en place, it's perfect. You just have your ingredients out. You can, so for today, we're actually showing you guys all the measurements, right? But what you can do at home when you're doing this is you put out all the bowls and you can measure it into each of those bowls. And then you just grab the bowl and you pour it in. And actually, it feels kind of like you're a fancy TV chef.
It sure does, right? And it's like that bam effect. Be careful if you're like, don't maybe do it with like a cup or even a fourth of a cup of flour. That could get a little crazy.
Unless you're throwing it at your family member. And then you gotta be careful.
Yeah, and then it's glass, but so.
Don't sue us.
We get excited. But you know what I mean? It's like great for a small child to help them. You know, they just pick up the bowl. They make these also in like probably silicone and plastic.
Right.
And yeah, there we go. Wonderful. Thank you for those. Okay, so now we're going to gradually mix in our buttermilk and our ice water into our flour mixture. And we will, you know, it's a recipe. There are quantities for a reason. But don't just go like dumping everything in. Maybe this time you need like a teaspoon less. And sure, you could add some more flour, but gradual sometimes is key.
Yeah.
Opposite of bam, throw it in, you know, balance. Okay, so here we go. We're going to just kind of, you know what? You're going for the shot. Okay,
yeah.
So I'll pour this way.
So just pour in like a small little stream, and then you mix it up, kind of get it mixed in.
You don't need to knead this. We're not like trying to form any gluten. You're just mixing it together. Butter's gonna make it flaky. Oh baby.
Oh baby.
What are y'all having for brunch? I'm gonna have a rustic pear tart.
Yeah. You know, I'm looking forward to it because I definitely will be very hungry by the time this is done.
Yes, and you know what I say, y'all. Unfortunately, those on the other side of the camera, I don't mean you, but you could be, you know, making this along with us. You could be making it later. I mean, it's our live quality audience who happen to be friends. We're honest here. So it's always great to make something like this and share it with some friends.
Yeah, honestly, I was kind of sad that they're here because that means we're going to have to share and not going to be able to eat as much ourselves. But I guess you got to do that every time. It's the time of season for sharing.
It is the time for sharing. And let's be honest, there's going to be more goodness to be had this season.
That's a good point.
Do you want to fill up on a pear tart? Maybe not.
Well, you know, I got to save room for about 2 cups of Irish cream, so.
It's going to be good. Okay, so this is coming together. I don't think we'll need any more liquid. You can really just get in there with your hands, but I'm gonna...
Yeah, and so the texture we're looking at here is kind of, you know, it still kind of has that kind of crumbly, pebbly type of look, but you can tell it's not quite as dry, basically. And that's funny how that works when you add in the wet ingredients, but let's just get into this little crumbly texture. So what are we gonna do after this?
Okay, we're gonna form it into a ball, and then we're gonna put it in some plastic wrap, and we're gonna let it sit and rest in the refrigerator for, thank you for your help,
You're welcome.
For 30, 45 minutes. Just wanna get it chilled and firm. And we can go in with our hands now and form
just
it
so
all
you can
together.
kind of see like the texture of it. Like it's kind of sticking together a little bit. It kind of feels a little bit like, you know, wet sand, but not that coarse.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a mix between that and like toothpaste, maybe.
Yeah.
Or a little bit of soft Play-Doh. Tastes like flour. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes. Okay. And so remember, we washed our hands. So now I'm going to go in and, you know, if you've made anything like this before, you just kind of can push it down and let the sticky pick up the dry. And
yeah. So look, show this to the side real quick. So you can see there's kind of some crumblies left on the side. Grab that ball.
Yeah.
Some crumblies left there. So she's just going to use the ball, push down onto the crumblies.
Yes.
Pick them up, and then just kind of move it around, form it into a ball.
Yes. And remember we said you don't really need to knead it, but when you're picking up the flour with this, kind of flatten it out just a little bit, you know, as you're picking it up, and then fold it over. And this is going to be like a very rustic version of laminating, which is just fancy word for like
layering,
yeah. And then that's really what's going to give you your buttery flaky goodness. So we don't want to mess with it too much, but I see there is like a sticky spot there, so maybe we'll fold it over one more time.
And to give an example of the laminating, to be honest, I don't know if that makes a difference in that one or not, but one thing that's made with laminations is like puff pastry dough.
Yes.
Or like baklava, if anyone's ever had that. It's like a Middle Eastern dessert. I believe that one does that as well. But basically what you have is you have a layer of dough, or a croissant, if we want to go with the French.
That's a great example for laminating.
And basically you have a layer of flour or dough, right? And you roll it out in a sheet, and then you roll out a layer of butter. Then you fold it.
Wash my hands.
Yeah,
Let's
and you
switch.
fold all that butter inside of the dough, and you do it in layers. And that's what leads to those flaky layers, which honestly, you know, for those of you at home who aren't regular bakers, if you ever had, you know, Grand's biscuits with those layers,
the flaky layers,
that's probably the same kind of thing.
It is absolutely the same thing. Okay, so my hands are a little wet. Would you pull off some plastic wrap?
Yes.
Thank you. And we are going to put our ball into the plastic wrap. I'm gonna put a little flour on. I mean, it's plastic wrap. Sure, it'll stick a little bit. It'll peel right off. But let's just put a little down. Remove this knife. We don't need it. We'll just do a little sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. And we're just gonna wrap it up.
And the point of the flour is just to, you know, keep it from sticking too much to the plastic wrap.
Yep.
And, you know, in some recipes that flour to water ratio can be really important. Most recipes, probably a little bit of sprinkle extra isn't gonna change anything, but it can be more sensitive in some certain types of pastries.
So, in a ball, in the plastic. Thank you for that. Yes, Reed. And then in like about a 4-inch round. I was like, one, not two, not three, maybe 3.5. Flatten it out a little if you need to.
So here we've got our lovely ball. And sometimes, you know, if you like to have a little fun with it.
Oh, you're looking for a ruler?
I'm looking for the ruler and the Sharpie.
The Sharpie now.
You just get to draw a nice little...
Oh, wait, hold on. Do it on the other side.
Here you go.
Oh, well, maybe not.
But
we're all good. No. I thought that was the flat side.
So you just gotta get your little guy ready.
Oh, he's precious. And he's about 4 inches tall. Okie doke. He's gonna go into the fridge. And he's gonna rest for about 45 minutes. And you know what? I love timers. So we're gonna set one. Can you set us a timer, Reed?
For how long?
Let's go for 30 minutes, actually. That should be plenty of time.
Okay.
You know, this one is not necessary, but I love timers because you can set it and forget it. So that timer's gonna go off and we'll be like, our dough's ready. And this is what we're gonna do while we have Reed set us a timer. So we're just gonna clean up our workspace a little bit. It's not too bad, but if you're moving on to a new recipe or second part of a recipe, it's great to just kind of give your space a little wipe down. Start fresh.
Yeah, so real quick, while we're giving things a wipe down, I want to talk about the different ways that I use towels in my kitchen. I'd be curious to know how you use yours. So some people may think it's silly, but I actually have 3 types of towels in my kitchen. So the first one that I have is what I would just call a dish towel. And this is the one that I keep right next to the sink. And anytime I've got clean hands after I've washed them, I use that. If I have dishes that are clean and I want to dry them, I use this. That way, this towel always stays clean.
Yes.
That's a thing that I see all the time when I'm going over to a friend's house or a family member's house. And it's like, you see them grab that same exact towel and then they wipe the counter down and then they put it back. And you're like, So that's why it's, again, we're talking about food safety. It's just another extra step you can take. So I have one dish towel. Then I have what some people call it like a chef's towel or a tea towel or something like that. And that's these guys. And this one's pretty thin. It's not very absorbent. But the way I use this is while I'm cooking. I'll use it to wipe off a cutting board. I'll use it to kind of wipe off my hands instead of having to get a paper towel every time, which I find pretty wasteful. I like to have a towel like that so I can just easily grab one of them. Great. And guess what? I've got about 15 or 20 of those things. Again, another thing that you buy. They're very inexpensive. You use it, and then when you need another one, you just grab another one. It's not that hard.
Absolutely. I think that's great. because you're right, you don't want to like cross-contaminate things. And then
the last towel. Yes, you're about to ask what the other one.
Yep.
And the last towel, we like to use a lovely word here that rhymes with poop. Actually, it doesn't rhyme with poop, but it's a bad word for poop.
A synonym.
Yes, a synonym. In other words, we call it a shit towel, is what we call it. And that is basically a square white towel. And you, again, grab these. They're cheap. You can bleach them. And this is what we use to wipe off our counters. And this one's clean. For those of you like, wow, he's using that towel. He's rubbing all his hand. This one we just took out. But this is what I'll use to wipe down all of the counters, get all the stuff off, spray it, clean it. So cleaning the counters and stuff, cleaning the hands, and this is kind of like a halfway in between because it's not perfectly clean like our lovely dish towel. What do you use for towels in your mix? A little different than that?
About the same. And I want to make a point. You were saying like, oh, this one's kind of in between, but you wouldn't use this like to clean up around your sink and then wipe down your cutting board. This is like specific for maybe that time that you're cooking, and then I would say it's ready to go into the dishwasher.
Yeah.
No, not the dishwasher.
The washing machine.
Yes.
Yes, and it's also worth pointing out if you're using, this towel to clean up counters or juices or things like that. If it's ever like raw meat or something like that, that's when you wash it. Yeah, you go and you put that in the wash, and you don't use that again because that's how you spread it everywhere.
That's absolutely right. And I feel like there was two things. Talking a lot about towels, but why not? We're here for just like information sharing. I guess this is an okay thing to say. Get yourself a friend, or think about a friend who you know who is a nurse. They have great towels in the hospitals. They come in like packs of, I don't know, it's somewhere from like 5 to 12. And they often only use like one. And then they're left with all these glorious towels that aren't technically sanitary anymore, but they're like great for this side of the sink, wiping up water. That was another thing. Yeah. How many of us get water all around the edge of our sink? It's not really great to leave there. Especially depending on the type of material that your counter is. So you want to wipe that stuff up. Okay, enough about towels.
Yeah, for sure. Let's keep moving. So we just turned the oven on.
You did? Thank you so much. Preheating to 350. And we're about to get into our filling. Let's think about it. Are our hands clean? Should we wash them?
You feel free to, but I think they're clean.
I'm clean. Yep. But as we're talking about that, we might as well. Okay, so we have 3 pears today, and we're going to peel and then slice down the middle and core, which is really easy with pears. Like you can use a spoon. It's especially if they're anywhere ripe. Kind of ripe. Yeah, they're soft. And then we're gonna slice them. So, if you want to do this with me.
Yeah, I'll just show the spoon method. Why don't you hold it a little lower for the camera?
Absolutely. So you can use a vegetable peeler of absolutely any kind. This is the one that we have in this kitchen, and you want to peel. Honestly, you don't even really have to peel, but some pears, and these are one of them, the skins are just a little thicker.
Tough.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily what you want to be wanting to bite into. And if you were looking to see what it looks like if you're just using a spoon, again, we're going rustic here. All you need is a spoon, fork, and knife maybe in a bowl. You just take the lip of the spoon and you get it just underneath where it cuts in to the skin, and then you just kind of slide it down and between what a lot of people call the meat of the fruit and the skin, and you just kind of slide it down. And what you're looking for is on your skin, you want to have as minimal amount of fruit as possible because that's a little bit of waste, but guess what? You're going to waste a little bit. That's okay.
And if you're the type of person like me who likes to eat the skins
Who likes to eat, period.
Likes to eat, ... the skins of fruit or sweet potato skins, cooked sweet potato skins are one of my favorite. But like say you accidentally get, more meat on a piece of skin and you want pop it in like a snack. Yeah.
And if you could also this is another thing with the spoon. That's a way you get a kid involved without having to worry about them, cutting themselves or having to be too involved. And you know what? You can always grab just an extra pear or two, and then if they just completely mangle it, you can use what's left, and 2, you can always just have that pear as a snack.
Absolutely. And also, like the slices they don't have to be perfect. We'll show you. This is gonna be a beautiful tart, y'all. But what I'm getting at is if it's a little mangled, it's still going to mix in just fine. You just use it. It's all good. Okay, so
just like Uncle Steve.
Just use Uncle Steve. Oh, Uncle Steve from Big Mouth. Okay.
So one other thing that is nice to have around, anytime you're dealing with vegetables and produce, and you're cutting things up or you're peeling things or stuff like that, what it's good to have is a trash bowl, or if you want to do that, a compost bowl. And that's just any bowl in your house that is big enough to hold your scraps. And so you can just have that. Right now we have ours here in the sink because we're just doubling the same one we used to mix our flour with. And you can just easily dump or move or scrape all of that stuff into that bowl, especially if you don't have a trash can right nearby. It's nice to have handy, especially when your hands are all sticky and peary.
Yes.
You know, it's good to have that compost or trash bowl so you can just throw it all in there.
Absolutely. And then you think it doesn't really take up that much time walking back and forth to the trash can, but little things add up.
Yeah, and when you have the bowl right next to your spot, it
Yeah.
allows you to, and you don't have a big cutting board like this especially, your workspace gets crowded really fast.
It
And so
sure
you just
does.
grab it and move it over.
It sure does. But if you have so cooked in a lot of kitchens, and it's fun to see what kitchens have, what kitchens don't have, and what I think are really valuable in kitchens. A big cutting board. Doesn't have to be like expensive or fancy, just large in size. It's nice having a big workspace.
Yes. If there's two things that is hard to buy something that is way too big, it's a cutting board and a bowl.
I knew you were going to say bowls.
There's pretty much always, look, here we got one here. This is a nice big bowl, which honestly I wouldn't mind having one a little bigger.
One a little bigger, and one that's has a wider mouth. It's not necessarily like a whole lot bigger, but having like just a big wide mouth bowl, it's great for tossing pasta salads or just really doing all kinds of things. Now I am going to wash my
And then a
hands.
nice big cutting board as well. And over the years, I've watched lots and lots of cooking shows, both on regular television, on Netflix, and on YouTube and things like that. And if I had $1 every time I heard one of them say, "Whoops, should have got the bigger bowl," I would have a lot of dollars, because it's very easy to underestimate. And realistically, besides having a spot to store that bowl, it's nice to have the big bowl, because then you can slosh things around, not have to worry about them flying all over, making a big mess. So it's nice to have that big bowl.
That's true.
So
Okay.
we have these pears here. We now have peeled them all. So now we're going to remove the stem, the core, and cut them in half, basically.
We sure are. So we're going to cut them in half first. And really, you can like pull this top one out. Sometimes it'll get the whole thing. So that's usually what I do first. And then you can just take your spoon and kind of scoop out the middle. Would you do that?
Sure.
If you don't mind?
So I'll do the coring part. And
Fabulous.
so in the middle of the fruit, you'll see there's just like a little bit of a core. And that's where like it's a little tougher and there are seeds there. And so again, not something you really want to be biting into. And if you're not sure if you got it, you just use your finger. You could just stick it in there and see how it feels, and make sure that it's not hard, because again, if it feels like it's gonna not be pleasant when you chew on it, then it's not gonna be good. So just use your finger to feel that. That's one thing that I feel like a lot of people should do more of, is use their hands in the kitchen. I feel like everyone's always looking for like a tool, but your fingers have senses, right? I mean, they have that touch, so you can tell how dry something is, how hard something is. It makes a really big difference being able to use those.
Yes, it does. It's a free tool. A free tool you already have. And you don't need to necessarily do what I'm doing. You can get everything out with the spoon like Reed is, but I'm just helping. And but look, you know what? You put it down. The spoon actually is easier than the knife.
All right, so as we peel, or we've peeled these, now we're coring them, and then what are we going to do with them?
We are going to slice them into about like a 1/4 inch slice, but it doesn't have to be perfect. You don't want them to be too thin that they kind of just dissolve. Peaches, that is not the first time I've said that about this recipe. Pears are tender. They're soft, like, if you've ever had one, you know what I mean when, like, I say granular, kind of. If you do it too thin, it might just kind of, maybe not fall apart, but you want it to have a little substance. Okay, one more to core.
So, how many times have you made this tart? I mean, is this a family recipe, or what do we got going on here?
No, this is not. This is a new recipe to me. I have not made this recipe before. I don't even think I've made a tart, to be honest with you. But that's okay. I like making new recipes in the kitchen. I like seeing what I have. What can I make from it? I think that's part of the fun part of cooking.
Yeah, so I mean, now like you know techniques and you've been cooking for a long time and things like that, so you're basically like a pro. But what you know, what about for our viewers at home who maybe haven't cooked as much? I mean, should they be intimidated by trying something like this, or what?
Oh no. Think about it. We mix some simple ingredients: flour, sugar, salt, and then just a tablespoon at a time. If pouring from a little bowl like that kind of freaks you out, use a spoon. I'm not going to use my sticky pear hands, but I have a tablespoon right here, and you can just like scoop a tablespoon, pour a tablespoon at a time. And we just mixed it in with the fork. You could have done all of that really with your hands too. It would have gotten a little sticky, but you would have gotten the same thing. This is really nothing to be intimidated
yeah, and for those of you who are like, I've got no cooking skills at all, I've never done this before, well, we actually have a course that Helpful for Life has made. It's called Kickstart Your Kitchen. You can go to kickstartyourkitchen.com to check it out. And it has a bunch of digestible, 1 to 5 minute videos so you can learn these various skills. So for example, right now Libby's using some knife skills, how she's holding her knife, how she's making sure to keep her fingers out of the way of the blade. All those types of things are things that we teach so people can learn from scratch. And oh, by the way, unlearn the things that you have learned, because there's a lot of things that you pick up, whether it's from family, friend, or from the internet or a cooking channel or whatnot. There's a lot of things out there that just people teach wrong. And sometimes it's because they just didn't know better, and other times it's because more stuff got discovered later on. Yeah,
and our bodies are odd, and some things just sometimes feel natural, but maybe it's not necessarily the safest way. I don't even want to use like right or correct, because there's a lot of ways to do things, but it's not maybe the safest way. And that's what's most important, especially when you're using knives. So like a couple of things to point out here. I flip these pears over when I cut them. And to some people that might be obvious. To probably a lot of our viewers, maybe that's obvious. But maybe to some of you it's not. This is a kind of a wobbly, slippery surface. But if you flip it over, it's very stationary.
Do you like to cut your food like that? A good pear. Yeah,
good
nice.
Pear. Yeah, it doesn't hurt. I appreciate the things that I eat. Okay, and so then you don't want to like get your fingertips right up here, because that's dangerous. Really, you want to kind of tuck your tips back and protect them with your knuckles, and just kind of gently hold the food. Apply light pressure, it'll stay there. Some things you'll notice slide out with your knife. Not that big of a deal. Sometimes I'll kind of like stop it, but you got to be careful.
Yeah, so slicing up the rest of those pears. Oh, and by the way, for those who are joining on Libby's Instagram, I just wanted to point out, right now we have one camera from that, but if you go to the link in her bio, you can see the better sound and the better 2 cameras at the YouTube link on the bio. So we've got these pears ready to go, and we have the oven is now preheated to that 350 degrees. The dough is chilling in the oven. Nope, that's not where dough chills. Dough is chilling in the refrigerator. It's got about 15 minutes left. So what is the next step in this recipe? So
now we're going to take our pears and put them in a bigger bowl. And this is a reason why you would want a big bowl. One of the reasons. So I
wanted to point out, this is one little kitchen tool that you may like, especially if you don't want to use your hands all the time. This is what's called a bench scraper, which you can use to just basically scoop things up underneath. And even when you're using doughs and things like that, it can be a good way to kind of chop that dough in half. It also has, show it angled real quick. It's got a little ruler on it right there, so you can see, I think that one might be centimeters on one side and then inches on the other. And it even has some common conversions and things like that printed right on the thing. And so you can use that as you're scooping stuff up as you're cooking, and something says, oh, 1/4-inch cubes, or what does that mean? Well, you could just have it all right there handy. So it's kind of a nice little multi-tool to have, especially if you have something kind of liquidy like these pears or tomatoes or something. It allows you to really scrape underneath the wetness.
It sure does.
Scoop it all up.
And I'm going to rinse here, and because we have a sink so close, I'm just going to give, you certainly could just set that bowl right on that cutting board. But what we're going to do is just give it a little, we're going to use this later, so we're going to put that there on our clean counter. We're just going to give it a little baby rinse, and then we're going to wipe it down.
You know, and if you have these chef towels, you know, there's also some fun ways you can use them. You can just, as you're just casually, well, you don't hit yourself in the face with them. You just, I'm still working on my toss, but, you know, you have your friends over and you're cooking, you're like, oh yeah, you know, just working on my rustic pear tart. Have I made this before? No.
But let me show you how I dry off this cutting board.
Yes, oh look. And then you just get it, and then it's all about the nice circular motions. It just gets you the optimal dry. You just gotta, and sometimes you gotta get your legs into it, because with this big of a cutting board, it's all about keeping that ergonomic posture.
It is, and then you get your squats in for the day.
Yes.
Fabulous. So now we have a nice, clean space to work, and this is where we're going to add lemon juice, cornstarch, brown sugar, and cinnamon.
All right.
Yeah, so we're gonna do the lemon juice first, and we'll need about a tablespoon. So there are a couple ways you can juice a lemon. We'll show you 2 of them today. You know what? I put that knife away, but we need it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
What's your favorite way to juice a lemon?
My favorite way to juice a lemon is just with brute force. I just grab it and just...
It works. I guess you get some of like the oils from the
well,
peel.
Maybe that's what you do, but when you have big, strong hand, no, they're not really big or strong, but no, my favorite way to juice a lemon, actually, I'll show you. Let me.
Make sure you roll it out first.
Right.
Is that what you were gonna do?
I'm gonna do all the things. So the first thing is you wash your produce, which we've already done before with Magic TV Magic, double magic. But then what you do is you can actually microwave your citrus to get a little bit more juice out of it. So we're not gonna do that today, but what that does is it heats it up and it allows more, it breaks down some of those cell walls inside of this, which allows you to get more juice out a little easier. So we actually have a whole video all about citrus within Kickstart Your Kitchen, and I believe you can actually watch that one for free. So if you go to kickstartyourkitchen.com and you scroll down until you see the list of the videos, you can see the videos that are called Manipulating Your Citrus. And I believe that one is one that we allow under the free preview, so you guys can go see all sorts of tricks. And so what I'm doing now is I'm pushing down on the lemon and I'm rolling it forward, just kind of like this. And as far as pressure goes, you know, it just depends on how much you're kind of just pushing down so you get a little bit of resistance. But if you don't want to push too hard, because then it'll just squirt out everywhere.
I mean, if you can see my face right now, he was talking about squeezing it. Now, he had the counter to help him out, but he really did. And you know what's great about cleaning off your cutting board and then having a clean bench scraper is I don't like to waste things. So, like, can I get the lemon juice? Is it too much?
Can't you get the lemon juice? Oh, wow, that is impressive.
We're just going to put that in there. That's bonus juice.
Bonus juice. Gotta love that bonus juice. So you roll it out, and then the next step is to cut it.
It is. And you know, certainly you could cut it like long ways. It's fine. But we're going to cut it down the belly. So remember like hot dog or hamburger when you were folding paper in school? I do. We're going to do it hamburger. Ooh, that is a tender lemon. So, wow. I don't know if there are any seeds in here. They might be hidden, so we're not going to pretend like they're not there. The one way you can squeeze a lemon or juice a lemon is just right into your hand. And if you need a certain amount, do it into another bowl so that you can measure it out. And the fingers are to catch any seed that they were there. I don't see any. And then you just let it slide right into your lemon bowl. Sometimes I sing things as I talk, and I must feel really comfortable today because not everybody usually gets to see that.
Not everyone gets to slide right into your lemon bowl, huh?
Well, definitely not. Okay, so I was excited and almost squeezed this side, but why don't you show them another way
Sure.
to do it?
So one of the ways to juice lemon and to get a little bit more is to use some other tools that help you better get things out. So one thing is called a reamer, which I don't have here handy, but basically it looks kind of like the inverse of a lemon. It looks kind of like the bottom of this, and it's going to have some lines showing in it. And so what you do is you take that half of your lemon and you push it on top, and you use those reams to help juice the lemon. So that's one thing you can do. And then this right here, what I have is it allows you to use a lever action to let you use a little more strength, basically. By using your hands and by using this, you can squeeze a lot harder than you could if you just use your hands. Now, this is important across the board and helpful across the board, but especially if you're someone who doesn't have the strongest hands or you're older or something like that, it can be especially valuable. And another thing it has is it has the filter at the bottom, as you can see on the camera here, that it is will catch those seeds for you, so you don't have to use your hands or your fingers. That will catch those seeds for you. And this one is a quote-unquote fancy one that has a lime one, so it's a little bit smaller for the lime and a little bit bigger for the lemon. And so what I actually like to do is I cut off the butt, the booty. Yeah. Cut off the tail end as well, so that way there's one, this will allow juice to flow out of both sides.
Smart.
But two, it allows you to grab your lemon and squirt people.
I closed my eyes real fast.
Good, that was why. Don't squirt people. Citrus in the eyes is not fun.
Blink when it turns green. If you know, you know.
And so the other thing this does is it helps, when this is a nice sphere, which it, even has our little measurement on there. When this is a nice sphere, it makes it harder to break down. And so when you put it in here, you put it face down like that, so it doesn't squirt you in the eye. And then
no, not in here.
Nope, not in there.
We're gonna
and then we're going over here, and then you squeeze into here.
And it wouldn't have been the end of the world. I mean, really, not a big deal. But
there we go.
It's into the bowl and then into the bowl.
All right, so we've got the citrus now.
Hey, let's see. Let's do a little science experiment here.
Sure.
Let's see if we can get any more juice out of that.
Yeah.
Hey.
Got a little more juice. Nice,
Look
good call. And then another thing I like to do is just kind of twist the hand like that to get any that kind of pooled out. Pooled up.
All right. Here's your shower. Your shower, Tef. Here's your towel, chef.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, so we need 1 tablespoon. So we'll measure.
So you've got all these fancy measuring gears there, but what if I'm cooking in the country and, I don't have all these fancy measuring devices?
Absolutely. So we're going to show you this trick. It's not a trick. It's just the way the world is. We are going to show you this later with our Irish cream and Kentucky cream. But if you don't have a tablespoon, you might notice that the spoons, your standard spoons in your kitchen, one's a little bigger, one's a little smaller. A tablespoon, a teaspoon, a teaspoon.
And basically, when you have your standard silverware set, it's going to often come with the 2 sizes.
It sure is.
And one will be a little smaller, which is the teaspoon. And then the bigger one is a tablespoon. And
absolutely.
3 teaspoons makes a tablespoon, in case you need to know that conversion. So
perfect.
Let's get our lemon measured. You can put that down there. That's fine.
Fabulous. So we need 1 tablespoon. And let's see, okay. This is, so this 1 lemon is probably about 2.5 to 3 tablespoons.
And that's one of the things that I would say with citrus especially. Some people are like, oh, don't measure it. But in my experience, citrus can vary a lot on how juicy it is. And, especially if it's been around for a while or dried up, and there also can be different types of lemons and limes and things like that. So personally, I fall in the camp of measuring it, and that allows me to get a little more consistent. But of course, in your kitchen, you get to do you, and you get to choose. With my wife, Danielle, she has one phrase in the kitchen, F it, and I'm just going to do what I want. And so she rarely measures things like that. And if she's making a drink or whatever, she's like, oh well, it's a little bit more tart this time. Guess I'll have to drink it faster. And then she just keeps moving on.
Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. Okay, so we are... put our 1 tablespoon in. Oh, and what? Okay, so what can you do with this lemon juice? Do not throw it away. That would be silly. Drink it. Lemon juice is great for you. Put it just shoot it straight. Why not? Put it in your water. Put it in your tea. Put it in the freezer and make ice cubes.
Yeah, that way you can pull lemon juice out at another time when you need it. So that's the ice cube thing, which is great. And then another great thing you can do is make a lemon drop or a lemon drop shot, which if it's not included for free with the Kickstart Your Kitchen, it is one of the other videos on there. You can see, I think it's called Bonus Lemon Drop, and that uses lovely citrus. So we've got our pears. They've got a little bit of lemon juice in them. We have our dough still chilling in the oven. Now
it's the fridge. He wants it to be baking because he's ready to eat it. Is really
probably what it is. And so we have our dough chilling in the fridge. We have our oven ready to go. Now the last step is the next step is to combine some of these spices and also some cornstarch. What is the cornstarch in there for?
The cornstarch is going to thicken everything. The pears have juice. We just put lemon juice in there, so there's some moisture. The cornstarch is going to mix with that moisture and make it thick and not like jelly-like, but it's just going to thicken it and give it some texture rather than just being like pear juice.
If it was all really liquidy, then it would just spill out, right? I mean, so by having a little bit of thickness, it helps prevent the crust from being a little too watery, and it also helps prevent as you scoop it or slice it, it'll kind of stay together. So that'll help with that. So we're gonna sprinkle in that cornstarch, and then we've got some brown sugar and cinnamon as well that we're gonna do.
We sure do. And you know what? I was gonna use this, but it's wet, and that's not gonna work with the stuff that we have going on. So we're gonna use this tablespoon here, and this is perfect. So I do want to mention that when we were tossing our pears with the lemon juice, we didn't like stir them. It's gentle. It's a gentle process. So sprinkling the cornstarch.
And that's just 1 tablespoon, right?
Well, let's just check out the note that we made for ourselves. It's 1 tablespoon plus 1 teaspoon.
All right, so there was 1 tablespoon.
Yeah, so and that might seem silly.
It's another way of saying 4 teaspoons.
Yeah, and it just sometimes that's how recipes need things. You don't need 2 full tablespoons. You don't want to measure out something 4 times. Let's just do it this way. Okay, so now it's getting like creamy. So that's what the cornstarch is going to do. Think of cornstarch kind of like flour, a thickener, but it's from corn.
Yeah, and it will, when it gets heated up, it will, that's when that thickening magic really comes to shine. So now we've got some light brown sugar, which we're going to add 3 tablespoons of.
And so we were telling you about mise en place. You could have measured out all 3 of these things together and put them in one bowl together and then put it all in at one time. We did not, and it's really no big deal.
Right, and we're doing that so we can show you guys. And so I now have this tablespoon here, which we just used for the cornstarch, and it was still kind of covered, so I just went and I kind of rubbed off with my clean hands, rubbed off all of the dust, and now I'm going to use that to get our brown sugar. And brown sugar has a tendency to kind of clump up, especially if it's older, because it kind of holds that moisture. And so what I'm doing here is I'm using the bag, and I'm just kind of grabbing and leveling and taking it off. And this isn't exactly a perfect thing, if you can see on the closer up camera. But it's, again, we're going rustic here. It's not that big of a deal. It's a pretty level.
And put it in here on the side, because I'll break it up a little bit before we mix it in with the pears.
That way it'll kind of more evenly distribute.
That is right.
And there are some tricks online if you have some like rock hard stuff,
Yes.
Rock hard brown sugar. There are some tricks online to help remedy that, so you can do a quick Google. If that's you go to your pantry and it's just completely hard, then you can find some tricks online to get that out.
Thank you.
All right, so now we've got our cornstarch in there. We've got our brown sugar in there. The next thing is going to be some cinnamon.
Some cinnamon, and we need 1/8 of a teaspoon. So this, sure, you could just like really sprinkle to your taste. I think that's our timer telling us that our dough has chilled long enough. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Our timer just went off, so it's been 30 minutes since our dough's been in there. And this is 1/8 of a teaspoon. Typically for me, my personal preference, especially for things like spices, I don't measure things that small. I just kind of do a shake. But what do you like to do? You
can just shake it. But if you did, and if you don't know this already, so a lot of spices, they'll just have this round top with the holes. And like with this one, you could just kind of tap it in there. But if you were going to try and use this 1/4 of a teaspoon and get half of it, like 1/8 of a teaspoon, like we did the salt earlier, that's going to get messy and tricky. You're not going to really get it in there.
And a big trick for if you do the close-up camera on that one too, you get your butter knife underneath the plastic lid. Show that one more time, Libby. So you can basically pry off that lid, so that way you can remove those holes. so that way it you can get in there with the scoop, right?
Real scoopy like that, but that's a little too much. And we're gonna let Reed just sprinkle to his heart's content. But I do want to note that, like, when you put this back on, make sure you hear it snap.
Because you don't want it to be partially on and then it
Next
fall
time
out all over you, right? And so another thing I was going to point out is if you are going to be measuring something, it's always best to measure it over a bowl or the sink or something like that. That way, if you mess up that measurement, it'll fall in that bowl or the sink instead of falling into this and ruining the entire batch. Oh, you're good.
That was beautiful.
And so I'll just sprinkle. I'll let you say when. You know,
okay.
So we'll get another close up on this so you can see the nice, pretty sprinkle. Another thing when you're sprinkling is if you kind of start, so see down here, if you went really low, it'd be kind of concentrated.
Yeah.
You come a little higher, it'll spread out. And it also is kind of like, oh, it's snowing.
Oh, okay.
It's
So
snowing.
just like cover that surface and then stop, because remember we measured some out in this spoon earlier.
Oh, a little bonus.
We are not going to waste it. It's bonus.
All right,
but
so
we
I'm
want
going to go ahead and stir this now? Or just dump that
dump
in?
him.
There
Just
you go.
dump
Dump that in.
Dump them. And we're going to give this a nice little fold, if you will. Folding is, you pick up one side and just kind of fold it over. Sometimes the outside to the middle, fold it, fold it. This is where you're not trying to beat it all up real hard like.
Right. Kind of like you actually did with the dough too. Just kind of picking it up and kind of folding it on top. And that's just a way to incorporate things without it being too rough.
All right. So now it is time to, let's just briefly do a working pause. We're going to clean up our workspace a little bit. We're just setting our pear mixture to the side. You don't need to put it in the refrigerator.
Sipping a drink of coffee.
Get your coffee, boy. We're going to move these things over that we don't need any more. Get them out of our way.
And then we have our nice little dough ball here.
Oh, he's so happy. Look.
He's so cute.
And maybe,
Danielle up close.
Maybe you forgot that you drew yourself a smiley face earlier.
And then that's a nice little pleasant. I mean, how can you look at that and you'd be like, oh, I can't believe the kids came in here. Oh, my husband, doesn't he see I'm trying to make a rustic pear tart here? What's going on? And then you're all angry, and then you're like, oh, look, it's just a little cute.
It's just a little dough ball.
And so you have your dough ball, and now what Libby's doing is she's using, again, because in the name, bench scraper. She's scraping off her workbench here, which is the cutting board. And she's just kind of getting rid of all the extra stuff that's falling off there, both dry and wet.
Yeah, I see lemon juice and cinnamon, and I didn't even see that cinnamon with my bare eyes.
And again, that's the nice thing about this being rustic. You don't have to worry about it too much. But this is another good use for if you want to use your towel to dry things off. Especially as you're working with the dough here. Again, as we mentioned, you want to be aware of how much liquid you're introducing, how much dry stuff you're introducing. So we've got a nice dry, clean surface here, cleanish, and so now we have our dough. So now, should we take it out, or what do we do now?
First, we still need to prepare our surface just a smidge. We want to grab that top sheet of parchment paper.
And so real quick, I just wanted to show you guys a little bit more of our mise en place over here. So Libby went ahead and actually she's got our pan here. She made 2 sheets of parchment paper. So she has these all out ready to go, which is great, especially as you're cooking. Maybe your hands are dirty, they're sticky. Don't have to go and climb through the pantry. Realistically, in my opinion, one of the main reasons people don't cook is because of those frictionful moments, and they get stressed out and they get anxious. So mise en place is one of the top things you can do to reduce anxiety in the kitchen. And actually, on a previous What the Hell is Water episode, we talked about how to reduce anxiety in the kitchen. We answered a question from somebody out there in the audience. We had someone on Twitter who was saying, I really want to get into cooking, but I can't because it just gives me so much anxiety. And so we answered that question, and we talked about, okay, here are the things that cause anxiety a lot of times in the kitchen, and here are some ways you can avoid that.
That's great.
And then we also pointed to some things within Kickstart Your Kitchen, the course, that can help with all of that as well. So as a reminder for those of you out there, you can go to kickstartyourkitchen.com to learn a little bit more about this course, which is a wonderful way to cook. You can, if you want to treat it like Netflix and binge it, you can do it in as little as a weekend, or you can take it and do it over a few weeks. And it's a great thing to do with a friend, by the way, or a family member. You can either do it together in the same house, or you can get one, your friend could be wherever else, and they can get one, and you can go through it together. So back to this. For those of you just joining us, we are making a rustic pear tart. We have prepared the dough complete with the little smiley face, as you can see here. And then we have our oven is preheated to 350 degrees. And in a little bit, we're going to be making a homemade Irish cream.
Oh, man.
And so we'll also be making a homemade bourbon cream, which we'll call a Kentucky cream.
We sure will.
That way we can just see how they compare, you know?
Yeah, I like that. Comparison, food science, data collection.
Yeah, so after we prepared our pear filling here, we cleaned off our workstation. We got rid of the things that we're not using anymore, so they're out of our way, and we can have a clean workspace. That's another thing. If you have this big tub of flour on the corner of your thing, that's just waiting for a disaster to happen. You got to plan for future, Libby, and be like, let's not do that. Put it on the, keep the lid on, keep it away from the edge so those arms don't come in. Or this is actually what happens a lot. Someone else in the house comes around, and then they knock it over, and then you're mad, even though technically if you had moved it somewhere else, and that's how things get heated real fast.
It is. Oh my gosh, heated. I just wanted to point out that also, if you're removing a hot pan from the oven, you just want to say to those who are in the room, in the house, hot pan. I tend to say it 3 times. Hot pan, hot pan.
I got a hot pan.
It's a hot pan. Because I have burned many a people, really just one person many times on accident by not informing them that the pan was hot.
And that's the thing about mistakes in the kitchen. Sometimes you make them and you're like, okay, do this. Now I've implemented this new system. Saying hot pan, so everybody knows.
It's a hot pan. And often people say, is it a hot pan? But then we all know it's a hot pan. Okay, on to Mr.
So we've got a cutting board here, but you could also just do this on your countertop. And then we have a piece of parchment paper. And now we're going to lightly coat it with a little bit of flour.
We are. And I'll say the parchment is really for easy cleanup. I mean, it's going to also help if there's any sticking. It doesn't stick to the cutting board or to the counter, because if it does stick, you can easily pick up the parchment paper and kind of peel it off. Anywho, but it's not necessary. So you don't need a ton. This is just enough to kind of lightly coat the surface.
And as you're spreading out flour and stuff like that, this is rustic, so we're not really too worried about it. But one trick you can do in other baking recipes is you put the flour into a sifter or a sieve, a fancy way of saying it, of like a fine mesh sieve, and you can just kind of sprinkle it over and it'll give a nice even coating.
Let it snow, let it snow.
You're unwrapping me!
I'm melting!
So you're unwrapping the dough here. We're going to put it down here, and then what are we going to do? Roll it out?
We're going to roll it out into a 14 to 15 inch circle. Thank you, sir. So, okay, yeah, it's a little sticky on that side, so we'll just give him a little bit of flour dusting. Oh, that's his name. His name's Dustin.
Dustin, I like it. And what you can do here is, if you notice it sticking a little bit, you can take a little bit of that flour and you can put it on your hands as well. So that way it's not sticking to you.
Yep.
So she's flattening it here into a nice little round disc. And that's just to kind of get the rolling process started. Rolling. And this is a case where you may have a rolling pin in your house. But if you don't, you can improvise plenty of rolling pin ideas. Basically, you just want a cylindrical object that you can roll. A wine bottle or a liquor bottle are probably 2 of the more popular substitutes. But you can get creative, and if you can't get creative yourself, you can always Google.
Yeah, I'm just thinking everybody, name off round cylindrical things that would roll out dough. Like a clean pipe, like a PVC pipe.
There you go. If you got some PVC pipe laying around, if you got a lead pipe, you're making a pipe bomb or something.
Oh, no, this is not. Those aren't the things we talk about on this show.
My bad. No. Sorry about that. Okay, so she's got it flattened a little bit, and now it comes to the rolling part. So what are we trying to do here with this roll?
Okay, so
How do you roll?
Well, I roll usually a few times, and then a quarter turn.
And then a quarter turn. Nice.
And a quarter turn.
So why don't you do the first one, and then I'll do a second one so we can get a little try.
I will. And you know what I want to call attention to? I turned my dough. At this point you can, but you might not be able to at some point. It might be too big or too sticky. That's another beautiful thing of the parchment paper is you can just slide the paper.
Yeah, you slide the paper. And then sometimes you're just chilling here and you're like, man, you just need a 30-second dance party with the dough. Or maybe you're like a DJ and you're like...
And so when you have your dance party, you might move your flour around, just spread it back out.
and then you spread it back out, and you're good. Ready
You
to
are.
party.
Okay, we're ready to party. But the last thing I want to say, and you can see them now. I don't know if the camera can. I can see some of our butter pieces in there.
And so people might be wondering, like, why do I put this back into the fridge? And that is exactly why, because it chills that butter again. And so you can actually, I don't think the camera is going to be able to pick it up from here, but you can actually see the chunks of butter inside of this dough. And that's why you chill it, because also right now, as she's rolling things out, she's actually warming things up a little bit. She's doing some friction. And so that's another reason why you want to keep it chilled. And as you take it out, start working with it, you know, you don't need to like rush, but you don't want to like take your complete time, right?
No. And this is a good time to pass it off to Reed. And so I was going this way and this way, but you can go this way.
Awesome, cool. And how big of a thing are we looking for?
14 to 15 inches. So, and I don't know if you can eyeball that. I'm not great.
So 14 or 15 inches. So what you can do is if you have a ruler like this, which is great to see because it's clear. Sorry about that. Or if you have one just like in the garage or whatever, you can use a ruler like that. Another good rule of thumb that you might have around, well, I guess maybe not 2021, but printer paper for those who have a printer at home. It's 8.5 by 11, so that's another common measurement. And another thing that people don't really have around anymore is cash. If you take a dollar bill is 6 inches in length. If you have anything else that's 6 inches in length, you can also use that for measuring. So what you do is you take your ruler here, and we're trying to get to 14 to 15 inches. This is a 15-inch ruler, which is pretty great. And so I'll just place it down here on the cutting board right next to that.
And one point I want to make is kind of pay attention to the thickness. Surely, like, you're not going to be able to eyeball it perfectly. Maybe you are, but you want to apply as even amount of pressure. Don't worry if that happens, just kind of hold it down. You want to apply as even amount of pressure as possible. If you notice that one area is thicker than another area, just kind of give that area a little more attention. And you'll notice also that this is like kind of turning into an oval more than a circle. Don't worry about it. Or you can do what Reed's doing and just go in that.
Go with the flow.
Go with the flow and go in that direction that seems a little shorter.
Basically, you're just trying to kind of thin the dough out and stretch it out kind of evenly in all directions. And guess what? Especially because this is rustic, it does not need to be perfect. And if it was perfect, it wouldn't look quite so rustic, right?
I think that's right.
All right, so I'll let you finish this off here. So I got it a little flatter for you.
You did a great job. I think we can get, so you can like feel it, and you'll be able to tell like this is a little more plush. This is less plush. So don't roll here anymore and just like focus.
And by plush, you can feel as you're pushing, it kind of gives a little bit more.
It's plump
which
and juicy.
You can tell it's, a little plumper, a little bit thicker. Not quite dummy thick because we've already rolled it out a good bit, but it's still got a little bit of thickness in it. All right, so we've got this thing, we're making this round 14, 15-inch thing. Are we going to put this in a pie pan, or what are we going to do with this thing?
No, we're going to make this on a baking sheet. We're going to put it on a new piece of parchment paper.
So hold on, what you're telling me is right now we're making something that nobody needs any special equipment to make. Yeah. They could use a lot of different fruits that they may either happen to have or could easily grab.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of the other ingredients are either pantry staples that if they don't have, they could have, and then they could just be stable and leave in their pantry, so they could make this in the future too.
Yes, and that last thing, another alternative, ask your neighbor. They might have it, and honestly, they're not going to mind sharing with you. Like a few tablespoons is really a few tablespoons and teaspoons of each of these ingredients, except for the flour.
And also just say, hey, I'm trying to make this thing, and I don't want to go to the store, but it's a pear tart or a peach tart or whatever. Do you want some? If you can give me these things, I will deliver this to you.
Yeah.
And just see how well that works for you guys. And since it's 2021, I just want to make sure to point out, neighbors are those things. Those are those people who live nearby you. And yes, it is a good idea for you to go and talk with those people and recognize that they are in your life, whether or not you want them to be. So you can say hi, you can be pleasurable, you can introduce yourself if you haven't done that before. And this isn't to shame people who have not done these things, but it's just to remind you, like there's a phrase, especially if you're a Gen Z or a millennial, you may not recognize, get a cup of sugar from the neighbor. It used to be a very common thing, right?
Yeah, I had a block party with my neighbors last Sunday. It was a lot of fun. Got to know them on a new level.
Yeah, and sometimes, you never know who's living right next door to you, right?
You don't.
And sometimes, as we talked about in a previous episode of What the Hell is Water, I actually kind of gave a little bit of background of how you can meet your neighbors. And I talked about kind of, we were talking a little bit about the friction earlier in the kitchen. There's a little bit of friction for me as I was doing that to try and meet some neighbors. And it's worth that extra work because now I have a really good friend, and actually one of them ended up being my business clients, which actually led to me taking you on as a client. So you have my neighbor to thank.
Yes, I have your neighbor to thank actually for a few reasons now that I think about it.
Nice.
Yeah, okay, great. So our dough is rolled out. It is, it's roughly. It's not quite as wide, but that's okay.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
Just so y'all can see what we've got here. So, we're doing this, we're the people who know what we're doing, quote unquote. And this is like 13 and a half on one side and, like 11 and a half on the other. So even though the recipe says 14 to 15 inches, it's just a recommendation to get you to that roughly that right thickness, and also to make sure it fits on your pan.
Yes. So now we are going to transfer this dough to our pan with another piece of parchment paper. And certainly you could probably use this one. Absolutely. But we're just going to give it a nice new fresh piece of parchment paper. There's flour under there. Like some of the oils have released, and we just want to give it like a nice clean surface to bake on and prevent any sticking. And anyway, so
cool. So why don't you show them that fancy transfer technique with the
sure
rolling
will. So we're going to put some flour on our rolling pin.
So real quick, if you happen to be using a liquor bottle for this, so by the way, if you do need to go to the store and you are going to be making this Irish cream along with us, you'll be buying a rolling pin. This is just some Irish whiskey here. And if you're going to use that for your baking, again, food safety is kind of up to you exactly how much you want to do, but you can clean the outside of the surface of this bottle before you use it. That's, maybe advisable. So yeah, but you could also use your whiskey bottle. I just wanted to point out that nice combo over there.
Yeah. Okay, so I floured our rolling pin. I think we're done with this now. Let's set it over here. Floured our rolling pin so it doesn't stick on our dough doesn't stick to it when we roll it on. This is a great way to transfer dough if you are concerned about it breaking. I did flour our new pan with the parchment paper just a little bit.
And so by rolling the dough onto the rolling pin, it allows you to more easily transfer it, and it allows it to kind of get onto the rolling pin. Instead of, if you tried to lift it just with your fingers, it might lead to tearing or something like that. But because this is kind of a gentle peeling motion, you're able to do that without it, causing too many issues.
And if your dough is a little sticky on the underside, just put a little flour on it. Thank you. If you'll take that, I'll take this.
And I just want to point out on this existing parchment sheet, you can see it's kind of wrinkly, and that's from that moisture and the oil that she was talking about. And so by getting rid of a little bit of that, again, rustic, we're not really worried about it, not that big of a deal, but just so you know some of the thought process that went into our minds there.
Yes, and we're just pointing out tips where we see them. When I put the dough down, it was kind of over the side of the pan a little bit. Rather than me trying to move the dough, just move your parchment paper.
Perfect.
Okie dokie. So now it's just like final assembly, and y'all, it goes in the oven, and it's gonna bake, and then we're gonna be done, and it's gonna be delicious.
Yeah, and as you're cooking, you may see like there's these little pieces of parchment paper that are kind of coming up into the air. As you're baking, those actually may get a little bit brown, and that's okay. If you care that much, you can always snip them, but that's perfectly fine if they get a little brown.
Yes, you can also like fold it under a little bit if you want to.
You can fold it, you can tear it, or you can just
leave it.
Degab.
It really matters most if your temperature is really high, like anything over 400. Not like anything over 400 is going to burn it, but that's when you might want to start thinking about it. But we're at 350 today, so it should all be good. Okie doke. So we are going to spread some preserves on the center thin. Think like thin layer of marinara on a pizza. Thin onto our dough, and you want to leave about a 2-inch border because that's going to fold over our pears in a little bit. So this is, we're going to do about 2 tablespoons. So this is our teaspoon measurement standard kitchen spoon. What were you telling me earlier? How many teaspoons is a tablespoon?
3 teaspoons is a tablespoon. So that would be 6. Sorry, I didn't mean to give you the small.
No, but you know what? I don't know if we'll even need that much. Like, we're just going to kind of go with it. The point of this is 1, to add flavor, 2, to add some stickiness, and it's just going to help everything kind of congeal and gel together. And I don't use the word gel, like, think of texture like jelly beans or hair gel. No, it's not going to like really get like jelly, but just to kind of stick together. Think of it as a glue-ish, if you will. But really, it's just a flavor enhancer. So all that to be said, we might not need really full 2 tablespoons. Let's do like
well, we'll see.
kind of 2 teaspoons.
We're also near the end of our preserves, so sometimes you're just like
use
dump
it
the rest
all.
in. We'll just kind of see how it is and how it goes. Now the only thing you want to be careful about is adding, if you add too much, added more than that 2 tablespoons or whatever, if you end up with big old gloppy gloopy, then that might be a little too much moisture, which may lead to your crust not getting quite as crispy.
That's right. And sometimes my perception of 2 inches is not really great. That's not 2 inches there. But you know what? You'll just have a little preserve in that kind of crusty nook.
It's kind of like a stuffed crust.
It is.
You roll over.
That's what I was thinking too. Oh my gosh. Oh, what if you did like a cream cheese filling on the edge of your pear tart? Guys.
Yeah, so
possibilities are endless.
Talking about that, tell us a little bit about how you decided to come up with this recipe. Like, is this one that you found? Is this one that has been passed down for generations? Like, how do you, when you're trying to find something to cook, how do you like to do it?
Reed, never made this recipe before in my life.
What?
Yeah. And that's the fun thing about cooking. You can just, I have this thing, and I know some people's minds don't work this way, but you can do the best with what you got. It's all good. But you look at something that you have and maybe think about what you want to eat or what would be easy to make with that, or maybe you want to get a little tricky and complicated.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing too. The great thing about cooking is you could consider it an experiment that is done in anywhere from 20 minutes to a couple hours. In this case, this whole thing, by the way, since we haven't mentioned it before, we're going a little bit slower probably because we're doing the camera and stuff like that.
But talking.
Yeah, and talking, right? In general, it's probably somewhere between half an hour and 2 hours, and not all of that will be active, right? And that's from start to finish.
That's right.
Including everything.
That is right.
But the nice thing about cooking is that you're basically doing a little experiment, and at the end you get to eat it. And unless you just royally mess it up and it's like catches on fire, like it's still gonna be good to taste, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's just like, oh, that could be a little better. And that's the thing that actually, the more and more that me and my family got into food, we find ourselves doing it at restaurants or, when we went over to someone's house or cooking, like, oh, well, this is good, but maybe next time you add a little bit more cayenne. That could be a nice little change.
Yes.
And it's not like, hey, this is wrong with your meal. It's like, hey, here's some other ideas on how you can make it better next time.
Absolutely. And what I noticed? I'm going to get in there with my hands and place these. So they're clean. I'm just giving them we haven't gone anywhere and done anything.
A little liquidy.
Been here the whole time. But I'm just going to give them a little rinse. So this guy here, and these don't have to be like on here pretty or perfect. I'm going to try to like kind of fan them around, but we'll do the best what we can. And I'm using my hands because they have gotten juicy. And you see some of the pear pieces have broken up. So maybe you're not laying them like fanning them perfectly, but you can kind of just like layer them that way. And again, using my hands, kind of like we did with the lemon juice, like you do want some of this liquid here, but I don't know if we're going to want to just dump it all in. So I'm just going to kind of.
And that's, again, this is kind of one of the things that is a nice little skill to pick up, is as you're cooking something, you want to use your senses, right? You want to see, how does it look? How does it smell? How does it feel? To know, like, okay, hey, we noticed that these might have been some really juicy pears, and also after they've sat in this liquid a little bit, there's a lot of liquid in here. So, maybe we'll end up leaving just a tiny bit of that liquid in the bowl. And, you don't, if you're the first time making this and you're not really sure about what you're doing, it's okay. You just follow the recipe, and then you'll notice next time, like, all right, next time that was a little liquidy. Maybe I need to make a couple changes. And if you guys do decide to make this at home, let us know, especially if you end up doing a different recipe or anything like that, or anything goes great, anything goes horrible, let us know so we can, see how it turned out for you guys. And if you have any questions about how you can maybe change something for next time, we'll gladly talk with you about that. So we've got the pears in, and then just so you can see one more time up close, the kind of just a little bit of that extra liquid. you can see there's just kind of some extra liquid rolling around, and we just decided to leave that out.
Yeah, at least for now. Let's get our
Our crust rolled over.
Yes. Okie dokie. So
if you happen to have, and again, these pears are kind of softer than some of the ones that you might use, but if you have the ones that are a little bit firmer, that would allow you to have those kind of nice, pretty looking slices that you could kind of pan or fan out like in a spiral pattern to make it look pretty, like kind of like the spokes of a wheel.
Absolutely.
But this is rustic, remember? So that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, and I don't know if we want to use all of it, but I do want to bring attention just to like some of this like really, I don't know, it seems like concentrated cinnamon. I'm just gonna kind of scrape down the sides. Scrape down the sides and kind of get some of that flavor. Maybe we'll just, you don't want to do too much, but I want to get some of that cinnamon.
Definitely, because those pears were looking a little white, right? So maybe we'll add a little bit of that.
Drizzle a little,
that little bit of flavor in there, which also have that cornstarch and stuff in there too, help with the thickening.
Yeah, and maybe we'll get some on the edge so that like kind of like you said, we have like some of that gooey stuffed crust.
There you go.
I don't want to do too much, but we'll just.
And with the, what Libby's using here is called a spatula. And for those of you who have either may not know, there are a lot of different types of spatulas. So this one is a silicone spatula, which you can see is, actually go back to that other view real quick for me. You can see is really flexible and soft. And that allows you to really scrape off the sides of things. You can see with this nice shiny bowl that it gets it really clean. And so that allows you to make sure you get every last drop. But there are other types of spatulas too, and guess what? Within Kickstart Your Kitchen, we talk about all the different types of spatulas and when you might want to use one versus the other, and the fact that some people don't even realize there's one word spatula covers a whole variety of tools.
Yes. Okay, so 2 things I want to point out. This side of the crust was there was less on that side of the filling, so I wanted to start folding there so that if we got around to the end there, that it wasn't just like I'm too small to fold over. And when I made that first fold, I noticed like we had some juiceage, and that's fine. But as we're folding, it was the ruler. It's okay. I don't want that to just like seep out immediately as we're folding. So you can just take a paper towel and kind of soak up some of the extra juicy juice. Will you hold that? Because we might still need it. I know. Will you just hold that? I don't want to set it. Yeah. We'll just hold it. And then
the other thing I wanted to point out was that as you're rolling out that dough, make sure you're looking at your pan that you're going to be putting it on. Because if you roll it too much bigger than your pan, it won't be able to fit. Now, the nice thing is, since the edges are folding over, it's okay if you overlap a little bit. But just be aware of the pan that you're using, because you don't want to make it too big. And I bet that if you needed to do 2 smaller ones or something like that, you could probably do that as well, breaking the dough into multiple pieces.
Oh yeah.
And then that could make it even like a little personal tart type thing if you want to.
Yeah. You sure could, little baby tarts. Baby tart. Yes. You know what? That's another rabbit hole we're not going to go down right now. Baby shark versions. Okay, we are so close to putting this thing in the oven, y'all. We need that egg right over there and one of our precious little glass bowls. We're going to crack this baby. Will you do that while I give my hands a little wash?
For sure.
We're going to crack it and beat it. That's going to be our egg wash.
So when I crack the egg, I crack it on a flat surface. In this case, I've cracked it on the counter. And we're using the whole egg here?
We are.
All right, and so now we have this whole egg. We get a close-up on that. And what we're going to do is we're just going to beat this up. And you can see, wow, that's kind of a small reed. Small reed. Yeah, I get that a lot. This is kind of a small bowl to be using for whisking. But that's okay. You're just trying to break the egg up, the yolk up, and get it mixed in with the white. And the point of this, Libby, why are we doing this here?
Okay, so we're going to brush this on our pie crust, on our dough, and it's going to give it a nice golden brown, make it real crispy. It's also going to be like glue for some turbinado or sugar in the raw that we're going to sprinkle on the edges before we put it in the oven. So I'm going to do this. Would you grab our sugar?
Yes.
Don't need to go across the top of your pears. My mind said peaches, but I caught it and my mouth said pears.
Nice.
And you don't need to doesn't need to be like soupy on there, but want to cover.
And for those who aren't aware, this is called Sugar in the Raw. That's the brand name. But it's called turbinado cane sugar. And what this is it's unrefined sugar. And so you can tell it's kind of browner color. So the table sugar or white sugar that you guys are used to seeing probably is this, this white sugar. And that is basically this same sugar that's just been processed a lot more. And they basically take this and they remove, there's molasses in here because as they take the sugar from the sugar cane, they want to refine it to take some of these things out, which puts it into those finer granules and gets you that white sugar. Whereas using this raw sugar, the main reason we're using that here instead of table sugar is because it's a little bit thicker of a grain. And so it's going to give you, it'll look a little more visually appealing. And also when you bite it, it might give you a little bit of a crunch.
Yeah, mouthfeel.
Yeah.
It's real good.
Now, if you don't have any of that, it's perfectly fine. You can just use regular table sugar. But another thing you can do if you just need like a little bit, next time you're at a Starbucks or something like that, they probably have a couple packets. You could get a couple packets to use for this purpose. But
yeah.
I really like it, and I use it, for example, in tea and coffee and things like that. It just adds a little bit more flavor than just that plain white sugar.
And you do, yes, it does. It does. And if you didn't have, if you had only plain white sugar, mix a little cinnamon in it, a little cinnamon sugar on the edge. Maybe you don't have sugar in the raw, but you have like nutmeg too, or so. This is like kind of a spicy, and I don't mean heat spice, but I mean the like flavorful spices, warm spices. You could get creative with it, and you do not. I was kind of like doing this like not perfectly, but putting a lot of attention to it. You don't have to get every piece of crust, but
yeah, so basically
it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, you are a painter after all, so you give you a brush and a medium, you just paint away, right?
I do. Libby's kitchen and studio.
That's true.
All right, so last but not least, we're gonna sprinkle on our sugar. And I really liked Reed's technique from earlier of up high and you get more coverage, but I also don't necessarily want sugar then just all over the pan.
We're done with this egg, yeah?
We sure are. And you can pitch it, you can keep it, you can put it in your dog's food.
So one thing that we are not doing very much of here for the sake of your ears is cleaning as we go. But what you can do and what we highly recommend is to clean as you're doing this, right? So right now I just took away that egg, especially if you have more than one person in the kitchen. I could dump that egg out, I could wash that bowl, and I could have all these dishes clean before I've even finished making the thing.
It's so nice to be done cooking, especially done cooking and then eating, and then your dishes are already done and you can just relax on the couch with a glass of wine if that's your jam.
Yeah, totally.
And then in that case, I'm talking about dinner because it's what? Almost 10? I'm not going to go sit and have a glass of wine. But I am going to have some Irish cream.
Have some Irish cream, so the wine's for later. All right, so we've got the sugar sprinkled on the edge here. Is that the last thing?
It is, and you know what? Okay, so it's on the edges, but like let's do a little bit in the middle. Let's do a little bit, and then if you... Okay, so let's say, let's say you did get some sugar on your, what's it called? Parchment paper, baking sheet. It's going to move, just kind of like gently, kind of shake it towards the edge of your dough, and it'll stick to the edge, and you'll just kind of have a crispy crust.
And worst case, some of that stays on the pan, and maybe it gets burnt or whatever. But that's just the little crispies on the side.
Yeah,
you just
no
avoid them. It's
not
that big a deal.
All right, this baby is ready to go in the oven.
All right, so let's do just a little bit of a recap real quick.
Yeah.
So, for those of you who are just joining us, welcome to What the Hell is Water. I'm Reed Garcia, the founder of Helpful for Life.
I'm Libby Corneau, chef and owner of Libby's Kitchen and Studio.
And today we've been doing an extended cooking demonstration as a special type of episode for What the Hell is Water. Libby came to town and I couldn't not have her cook with us because as Libby's Kitchen and Studio, she does private chef things where she'll go and she will prepare foods for an event or something like that. And she also does prepackaged things, so you can buy a frozen casserole or dinner that's already made. And when it says casserole, some people think it's not healthy, but you make a lot of healthy stuff.
Oh yeah,
too,
we have healthful and indulgent options.
Yeah, the beauty of the Libby's Kitchen is that, and studio, but the kitchen specifically is she combines that, that home style feel and that yummy homey goodness with some of the kind of more healthy things. And you can ask wherever you want on that spectrum.
For sure.
If you just want to fully lean in and say, Libby, give me all the butter, give me all the yumminess, then you can do that. But if you want to be like, hey, I'm on a diet, I need something very strict, you can do that whole spectrum.
Absolutely.
So we've got here, what we made is a rustic pear tart. And so what we did was, first step, we took those pears, or actually first we made the dough. We combined our dry ingredients, we had our wet ingredients. With the dry ingredients, we put in some cold butter that we cut up really small. And then we combined that with the flour and maybe no other dry ingredients, huh?
Flour, sugar, salt.
Flour, sugar, salt. And then we had our wet ingredients, which were?
Buttermilk and ice water.
And then we mixed those in, and we mixed it together, and it kind of was like a sand, or like a mix between that and like a toothpaste, and kind of crumbly a little bit. And so once it got to that texture, we formed it into a ball, and then we put it into the fridge for 30 minutes. And while that ball was chilling, did I miss something? No,
you didn't. But as we're sitting here, I see that more liquid is starting to seep. I want to get this in the oven.
Sure.
So is that something we can talk about?
So we're going to throw that in the oven. For those of you on Libby's Instagram, here you can see a little bit better what that looks like. And if you're on Libby's Kitchen and Studio on Instagram, where we're also live, you can come over to Helpful for Live's YouTube channel. The link is in Libby's bio.
Where can
to the left of the... she's looking for the pot holders, which are always good to have nice and next to the oven. And so what is going on now is we actually keep a pizza stone in our oven, and you can actually leave those things in there because they just... Sorry for the little bit of the clang-a-lang.
Yeah, you can leave them in there, absolutely. But when you're cooking something that has a dough or a crust, that pizza stone is going to retain a lot of heat, and you might want some more even circulation in air around what you're cooking. So I moved the stone from the middle, where the pastry will be set, to the bottom. Just so it stays in there. Rack.
Put it on a different rack. But the reason we have that pizza stone that we leave in our oven is for most applications, you can just leave it in there, and it actually absorbs a lot of that heat and acts as a nice solid source of even heat. So that's good a lot of times, but sometimes when you're dealing with baking stuff, it's in that those types of things can make a little bit of a bigger difference.
When you are paying attention to like the doneness of a crust, you don't want to burn it. It probably would not, but in this case, with it being a new recipe for me, I'm just
less variables.
Yeah, less variables. So.
All right, so we've got the pear tart, which, as I was mentioning, first we made the dough, then we put it into the fridge to chill, and as that was chilling, we made the pear filling, which we did by simply peeling some pears, taking out the cores, and then we sliced them thin, put them into a bowl, and then we mixed in some some cinnamon, some cornstarch, and brown sugar. So there was sugar in there as well. And so then after that filling was made, after the dough had chilled for 30 minutes, we got the dough out. We rolled it into somewhere between 12 and 15 inch rough circle ovular. And then we put the filling in the middle, leaving some room on the edges so we could fold those around the outside. Then we took a beaten egg, we brushed that around the rim, and then we sprinkled some turbinado sugar, some raw sugar around the edge, both for look and for texture.
Yes.
And then that's going to get nice and golden and crispy, and we hope, because we've never made this before. But that's the beauty of cooking, is you can just try and see how it goes.
You certainly can. And one piece that maybe you mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, we put this is not always there, so easily missed. We put a little bit of preserve down on our crust first.
Yes, I did forget that. So we put a little bit of preserve, add a little bit of flavor, a little bit of jelliness, and then we wrapped the guy. We tucked him in. We tucked him in for bed, and now we put it in the oven, and we have a timer on.
Yes, we do, for 45 minutes. 45 to 50 minutes. Then we're gonna bring him out when he looks done. Crust is golden brown. It's okay if things seep. Don't worry about it. It's all good. And we're gonna let it cool on a wire rack that we already have out and ready for about 20 minutes, and then you can serve it warm or at room temperature. And it's great with ice cream or whipped cream or by itself.
And for those of you who are here with us live and you're wondering, 45 minutes, are we going to go that entire time? To be honest, we're not sure. And so at the very least, you guys can come back in the future. We'll make sure to show pictures and or video of that so you can see the finished product. But it's possible we'll be hanging out. We'll see. It's possible we might take a little music break so you guys can go on and do your own thing. We're still figuring this one out as we go. But now, most importantly, I think it's time for us to get to that homemade Irish cream. So
let's do it.
Tell me about this homemade Irish cream and why did you make it in the first place?
Yes, so it came from another recipe. I was cooking for a client for a private event Christmas party. We were doing an Irish cream chocolate trifle. If you're not familiar with a trifle, it's very similar to a parfait. If you don't know what a parfait is, it's layered goodness. So we did a chocolate devil's food cake that we poked holes in and poured our homemade Irish cream. You let that sit for about an hour, cut it into cubes, and then you layer in a trifle bowl, which is just a clear, tall, usually straight-sided bowl, your cubed cake that's soaked in Irish cream with chocolate pudding and homemade whipped cream. And then you just keep layering. And you can sprinkle little chocolate candies in between layers if you want to add a texture difference. So thank you, Reed, for grabbing our ingredients. This is even easier than the pear tart. Basically, it's dump and mix and drizzle and mix. So
Did we not have the coffee?
I did not find it, but you don't need
You
it.
looked.
You don't. I did not look.
Where?
But it's not necessary. Okay, so you don't really need a blender for this, but it does help like strongly blend, emulsify, mix your ingredients together. And it doesn't take a lot of ingredients. You might be thinking like, oh my gosh, homemade Bailey's, homemade Irish cream. It's really pretty simple. So from the refrigerator, we're going to need half and half, and it should be right there, and chocolate syrup.
Half and half or heavy cream?
Heavy cream. You could really use either one. I think we have heavy cream in this situation. Thank you. Perfect. And then the chocolate syrup is right there. Super duper. Awesome. Thank you, Danielle. Magical friend. Okay, so our ingredients are heavy cream, and we're gonna have 1 cup of heavy cream.
Well, let's just line up our ingredients real quick.
Would you like to do that first?
Yeah, just show them right there to the side so everyone can see. So
Sure.
we have some whiskey, which in this case we have both an Irish whiskey. This brand is Ire Gold, which I've not tried before, but I asked the guy for a good one, and he recommended that. And so we're going to be making one with Irish whiskey and one also with bourbon. And we have Wild Turkey 101 bourbon here. 101 means it's a higher proof. So you take the proof and you divide it by 2, and that'll tell you what percentage of alcohol it is. So this has about 50% alcohol. Wild Turkey bourbon 101, that's one of Danielle's favorites, so that's why we have it here. And then we've got some whipping cream. We've got some chocolate syrup. We have some sweetened condensed milk, some instant coffee, and some vanilla.
Okay.
And again, like the instant coffee, like if that's something you don't have, you can leave that one out.
Yep.
It's not that big of a deal.
You could probably even leave out the chocolate syrup, but it really does add a nice richness. You could substitute caramel sauce. If you had caramel sauce, that would be totally fine. You could use almond extract instead of vanilla if you wanted. Yeah. So first we'll do 2 things at once. How about that, Reed? I'm going to pour this into our blender, and will you measure out 1 cup? One of the ways that I like to measure things out in these glass measuring cups, you can pick it up, you can do that, but you can also just get low and pour it in there. You got it? You want to do that one? You do that one.
I got it. I was going to get my,
get your squat on. So we need the whole can of sweetened condensed milk. Whoa, in 1.
Half cup?
1 cup.
1 cup.
One second. If you've never used sweetened condensed milk, it can get a little sticky on the top. I like to just kind of scrape it off.
Scrape it off.
Thank you, sir. And we're going to pour this right into our blender.
We done with the cream?
We are.
Awesome. I'll put that back in the fridge so the cream gets cold. Stays cold. And when you're measuring a liquid, the reason you want to get down low to the side is because so you can see where the measurements are, which are going to be on the side of the measuring cup. And there will be a thin layer sometimes, which is called the meniscus. And that is kind of like a little semi-transparent, kind of invisible layer. And what you want to do is you want to measure at the bottom of that, and that will tell you what the measurement is. for this one, probably not necessary to be that precise, but again, just giving a little bit of extra info on how you can measure things. And of course, naturally, we have an entire section on measurements within Kickstart Your Kitchen. So you guys can check that out at kickstartkitchen.com. Kickstartyourkitchen.com.
This is a thick sauce. If you like iced coffee, side note about sweetened condensed milk, you can make your cold brew coffee and mix heavy cream and sweetened condensed milk, and it makes like the most magical iced coffee you've ever had. And that recipe is not from me. It's from Ree Drummond, the Pioneer Woman. And also, I might have not even said that exactly correctly, but I now always think of sweetened condensed milk. I mean, her. When I think of
yeah, so I actually believe there's something called Vietnamese coffee, which is just. Are we done with this?
We might need it,
okay.
so just kind of.
Which is essentially coffee with some sweet condensed milk. So yeah, if you're looking for a recipe, you can look up Vietnamese coffee, and that'll give you some specific measurements and things.
So good. So we did our 1 cup of sweetened condensed milk. We do not 1 cup, 1 can, which is like 14 ounces.
And for those of you who are like, what the heck is sweetened condensed milk? It's pretty much what it sounds like. It's milk and it's sugar, and it's just kind of been cooked down, reduced a little bit. So it's that thickness and that amount of liquid ratio. And you can literally take your kind of pinky in it and taste it. It's just kind of like a sweet, milky candy, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
So we've got our 2 creamy ingredients in there now.
You can leave that right there.
Yeah, what's going to go in there next?
So now we're going to do chocolate syrup. We need 3 tablespoons. So, I mean, you can measure 1 tablespoon. Yeah. We're going to move our blender. You're good. I'm just staying over so don't drip.
Drip, 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 drip.
I'm just waiting on you.
What do you
pick
do?
it up. I'm waiting on you. Pick it up. Put it wherever you want it. All right. That was 1. You can measure it like that. You can go 2 if you want, and then we'll go 3. And we're done with that guy.
All right, done with the chocolate sauce. So
sure.
Whenever you're putting the chocolate sauce away, it's really important to make sure that the lid is sealed.
Oh my god.
Because if it's not, you can have spills like that happen. So you gotta be careful.
What a guy. What a guy. Okay, so here. Or you could just look this one.
But where's the fun in that?
Got that fresh instant coffee.
So the reason you use instant coffee here is to just give a little bit of that coffee flavor. And for those who are, hypersensitive to caffeine, it's worth noting you can get a decaf version of this. But she just put in, what was it,
1 teaspoon.
1 teaspoon. So which is a tiny, tiny amount of coffee. When you make a whole cup of coffee, you would use a teaspoon for this. And so that's essentially the equivalent of 1 cup of coffee for this entire thing.
Which is going to make about 4 cups.
Which, the way that a lot of people will drink this Irish cream, by the way, would be mixed with some coffee, or some people would like to sip it straight, maybe over ice. Any other ways that you like to use this?
Put it in some cold milk and drink it with a cookie. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You could pour it on vanilla bean ice cream. I don't know. You tell us. How would you
Well, the bottom line with this, though, is you're probably not going to be drinking a whole cup of this in one sitting. It's very rich. No. So if you're going to be having a fraction of a cup of coffee, so caffeine-wise is not really that big of a deal. And if you're really worried about it and it's at night and you're like, oh, I don't want this caffeine to keep me up, add more whiskey. That alcohol will help, cancel it out a little bit.
I might have gotten a little on the edges of that, or on the side. So give it a little zippity-doo-dah day. And how that meant wash it off, I'm not really sure. Okay, so now we have all of our ingredients except for our whiskey in here. That's important to note. We are mixing everything except for the booze first. We're going to put our lid on. You want to make sure that if you need it locked and loaded, it's good to go. And you just let us know, sir, if you need anything. Okay, so we want to turn the power on.
So yeah, one second, we're going to make sure that our sound isn't going to be too loud. So just a warning for those of you who have headphones in, we're about to turn a blender on.
Yes.
So a warning on that.
Take them out.
And Danielle if you see that second bar moving too loud, you can kind of drag it to the left there under the audio. See the little green bar bouncing up and down? Yeah, there you go. So, all right, so you can go ahead and put that blender down where you want it, Libby.
Yeah.
And then
might as well get that.
We're fixing Libby's stream. Is it looking okay? Looking
You're
good.
awesome.
All right,
Thanks,
perfect.
Kenny.
Oh, look at that, rotating and everything.
Yeah. So
we're gonna go ahead and turn the blender on, and you're gonna use the low setting here.
Yeah, we want to start on the low speed for about 30 seconds. So we'll do it. Okay. About 30 seconds, maybe longer. I counted in my head. And then, you know, I realized there was a timer right in front of my face, but it's okay. So we're going to, you don't really need to, we're just gonna kind of like scrape down the sides a little bit. It's good to do anytime you're mixing or blending something. And then, almost is the good part. The next part is we're making 2 kinds of Irish cream or cream here. So we want to take out half-ish of what we have here and then save half for one batch and the other half for another. So we have 24 ounces in here, so we're going to take out about 12 ounces. The beauty of measurement cups with measurements just clearly on them is I can pour kind of 12 ounces exactly.
Yeah, so we just took that same exact measuring cup we used, and I gave it a quick rinse so we didn't have too much, you know, condensed milk in one version. But it's up to you. Maybe you like to have one that's a little bit sweeter if you care or not. And so in this case with this blender, it actually has a blade that's removable. So,
but we're gonna leave it in there.
We're gonna leave it in. Just wanted to show you guys what that looked like, because if you're not careful, and it will hold a little, so it won't just completely pop out. But just wanted to point that out for those of you at home who may have a removable blade.
Yeah, you can take it out. We're gonna hold it and leave it in, and I'm leaving it in because if you take it out, it's gonna drip somewhere. You got to put it in something. You're losing all that goodness. So just leave it in.
Don't lose the goodness.
Don't lose it. Okay, again, getting low.
Get low, get low. Oh my gosh, that looks so good.
Right. So another important note here is this recipe calls, when you're making a full batch, it calls for 400 milliliters of booze. But we need to like make that less, right? 200 for one, 200 for the other, because we don't necessarily want it that boozy.
Right.
Does that make sense? Yes. I might have said that kind of funny.
No, that's good. We're splitting it in half, so we want to do half the booze in each one. But again, very important thing I encourage people to do here is use your senses. And, you know, if you need to just take a little bit of a drizzle just to see how that tastes. You know what? That tastes a little bit like chocolate ice cream.
It does.
And the only thing I think it's missing is bourbon.
All right, let's do some bourbon. So we need 200 milliliters, which is going to be about, Reed, you're the math guy. What's half a cup plus a third of a cup?
You know, we don't even have to do that math because we can just measure half a cup and then a third of a cup.
Right, that's awesome.
Just make it easy. So we've got our bourbon here, which we're using Wild Turkey 101. You guys give us a call if you want to sponsor us. Definitely not sponsored. All right, and what we're going to do is half a cup and then a third of a cup. And so what Libby's doing is she's grabbing some other measuring cups. And some of you at home might be like, "Whoa, these are dry measuring cups." Now you can use dry for wet and wet for dry. It's just not going to be quite as precise.
Yeah, but like for this,
it doesn't really matter, right? We've got a rustic tart, and then we've got this, which is like also kind of rustic.
Yes.
And if you're mad that it's not perfect, then you just need a little bit more bourbon.
Yes. Okay. So we are going to put this in a little bit at a time. So this is what we're going to do. I want to make this not so tricky on us. Do you have another glass?
Actually,
with
let's just do one of these things.
Perfect.
Now, why are we doing this?
Why are we doing this? Because we need to pour this booze slowly into our blender while it's on. And while we could, I'm gonna just do it, and the half was dirty, so I got a fourth. You could use these, but when you have a straight-sided situation, sometimes if you've ever poured anything, you get like that kickback, and then it gets messy, and you don't want to do that. And it doesn't kick back as much when you do it faster, but when you try and pour things slowly, it does. So although this measuring device is far bigger than we need, it is the best option.
Yeah, and that's because it's got this nice little, lip on it, which will help
pour
it
spout. Yeah.
pour into a nice stream. And again, one of the most important things when putting away liquids like this, you need to make sure.
Oh my gosh.
That the lid is always on all the way, because you could lead to potential drownings, which you got to make sure don't happen.
Okay.
We're all about safety here at Helpful for Life.
Now that is ensured, we're going to turn on our blender on low. And this is a part where you want to pay attention. We're going to turn it on with this little opening closed, because we want to make sure that when we turn it on, it doesn't like shoot out. But then we are going to open it to drizzle in our booze. So 3, 2, 1, here's your warning. Take your earphones off. Go. Turn on the power.
Yeah, and then go.
Go. Slowly.
And, you may not have been able to see on camera, but as she was adding that in, some was kind of spitting up onto the measuring cup. And just to say, be careful, it may splatter a little bit as you're doing it.
And why don't you wipe that down that side, and we'll just pour this straight into there. So that we can make our other version. Okay. Release. Some of these blenders these days are so fancy. This is maybe a time that we will take out. Okay, you see me scraping here? Some people don't. I do, because I want to keep all the goodness. And we'll take this out and we'll give a little tippity tip tap.
All right, and then you just hold it over the sink, and then you
hold
it
over the
lid.
sink just in case you spill. Hold this over the lid so you don't spill. Reed, will you take that spatula and just kind of, I know it's a liquid, there's not a whole lot of scraping, but you can put it down on the counter and then use both your hands.
Yep.
Sure of it.
And then I can do one of these so we get a nice close up of the last drippity drops here. Oh yeah.
I like to scrape the bowl.
You just gotta stick it in the crack and kind of move it down until it all comes out.
I like to say, that cream didn't do all that work for nothing. It deserves to be got.
All right, so we've got that now, and so this is this now done? Is
this is done.
So this is our Kentucky cream, and so it's like Irish cream but using Kentucky bourbon, because we thought that would be more delicious.
Put it on and twist it.
Yeah, I know. This is my blender. You think I know how to use it, but yeah, like you said, them whiz danger, devices getting so fancy these days.
They're real tricky. Okay, so now we're gonna pour this back into Huron. Would you hold this guy? Yeah. There'll be slight cross-boozation.
Yes, there will be a little bit of cross-boozation, and for those of you who are looking for a good laugh, when I think of cross-boozation, I think of this YouTube bit by a guy whose name I'm blanking on right now, but it's Jim Brewer is his name, Jimbruer, and he has a bit on alcohol where he talks about as if his stomach had a party, and he talks about all the various alcohols that will come to that party, and he uses some accents and things like that, and it's quite a funny thing. We will include that in the chat, but that is a very funny video. You guys should check it out. Probably while sipping on some of this bourbon or Irish cream, because you can mix them a little bit and they'll be delicious.
Perfect. Okay, so now we need to bring over Old Friend Irish.
Old Friend Irish.
Okay, Old Friend Irish, we need the same amount of you in this
All right.
Pyrex.
So why don't you hold that there for me, and we'll get a nice little, actually swap your hand like that for me. And then a little bit lower so we can see it on that camera.
And you know
over
what?
there.
We need 200 milliliters.
Oh, so you can just rotate that right
do
around.
it right to there.
So hold that right here.
You tell me where,
Perfect.
sir.
Right there. So I'm looking for the 200 mil mark, which is a fancy way of saying milliliters. And this one, you might notice, does not have a regulation top on it like the other one did. So you got to be especially careful when you switch, you go to put this away, because this flow can be
Barely any.
but,
Barely any
wow,
spillage.
that's actually a really good whiskey. So Irish Gold, Irish whiskey. You know, I'm not going to say that any whiskey I stuck in my mouth right now probably wouldn't taste good. But this one is good and nice and smooth. It really doesn't have that much of a burn, which is really nice. So yeah, I think it'll go well with that cream.
Good. Okay, here comes the blender, y'all. 3, 2, 1, go. All she wrote, folks.
And boom goes the dynamite. So now we have 2 things of Irish cream. What do we get? One thing of Irish cream and 1 thing of bourbon cream. What are we gonna do with this now?
We're gonna love them. We're gonna use them. We're gonna probably have some coffee. We're gonna pour and taste test. And then we're gonna put it into a airtight container. Put it in your fridge. It's good for, you know, a couple weeks. Look at the expiration date on your cream. Keep it for that long or less.
Alrighty then. Let me grab one thing with it. Didn't think about it now. Mise en place.
You just get whatever you need to get. This is a perfect time to clean up our workspace. Perfect. And you know, use what you got.
Yes, and so now we have these 2 lovely cups here, which we can see up close on the second camera. We've got the drink in my hand, toes in the sand, because what says winter and Irish cream more than a nice beachy cup?
Yeah, well, Reed, we did used to live in California.
We did.
Not together, but at the same time.
And then we have arguably the fan favorite cup, which says simply Reed. And so which one, if you had to pick one to go in the Reed cup, would you put the Irish or the Kentucky?
Kentucky.
Kentucky, I was thinking the same. So this one here is the Kentucky, right?
Yes, and this is the Irish. So I'll go drink in my hand, toes in the sand.
And you know what? I'm going to give a nice satisfying pour here for the mic. Let's see if it gets any noise. Nope. Perfect.
All right, and I'm going to do it differently.
And a lot of times when you're left with just, I'm going to do it differently. Well said. And sometimes you're left, again, with this creamy goodness. And sometimes you just got to lick off the creamy goodness, you know? I would say this does taste like Reed. Delicious. A little, well, I'm not going to say that one. And then we'll just move on.
All right, it is time for our Irish cream. It's really good as well. We're just going to pour.
So tasty. I see why you wanted to make this so much. You know, at first I was like, okay, that sounds good. But then she was like, all right, well, we're definitely making this.
I talked to him about it like 6 times.
She's like,
it just kept saying it.
Sometimes I get things in my mind and they need to be that way. And she was like, this one needs to be this way.
You know, when you hear, taste, see something, think of something, and it just makes you think of somebody else. Well, I made this Irish cream like a week ago, like I said, for another client, and I've been thinking about Reed and Danielle and how much they would love it ever since. Maybe because I knew I was coming to visit them. You know, you get those things in your head.
But it's worth pointing out that, like, this is a perfect thing that you can make over the holidays with your family.
Yeah.
Because
How easy was that?
What did we do? I mean, it seems a little more drawn out because we're making sure to give you all these tips in between because we want to educate you guys on how you can do things like this without having to think about it and be very comfortable like Libby is here, where she doesn't need a recipe. She doesn't need to have made something before. She can just look at things and she knows the techniques and the methods and the frameworks to be able to do those things.
Yeah. And I want to say, like, a lot of times I am following another recipe. I don't create these all my own, and hopefully you didn't think I did. But the trifle cake I was telling you about that I made for a client, it actually called for store-bought Irish cream coffee creamer, which, okay, that would have been fine. But then I was like, let's kick it up a notch. Let's make it a little more special. And that's where making this homemade cream came about.
Which, by the way, let's kick it up a notch, is another Emerald Lagasse quote. So way to bam it in there.
He was one of my childhood favorites for sure.
Yes, and for those of you who are like, who the heck is this Emerald Lagasse guy? And it's actually, he says a little more like, I'm Emerald Lagasse.
An L at the beginning, right? Lagasse.
Yeah, and for those of you like, who is this guy? He was a TV chef personality, very popular in the 90s. I saw him plenty.
Let's say still is. I don't think it's a was. I think he's out there.
He is. He was extremely popular in the 90s and early 2000s. Maybe not quite as popular now, but he is definitely still out there. And more importantly, though, is you can see me doing a legit Emerald Lagasse impression in one of our Kickstart Your Kitchen sales videos. And I'm quite proud with my impression. We even have some Emerald Lagasse eyebrows. I'm wearing a chef apron and everything. I even
really
grew a
nice.
belly. Specifically, it was method acting. I spent months preparing and eating a lot so I could get the right proper Emerald Lagasse belly going.
Perfect. I love the dedication. And I see we have 17 minutes left on our timer. So.
Yeah, so what we're going to do first is we're going to try just a little sip of this by itself. And then we're going to go on a little bit of a break. And since we've got about 17 minutes left, what we're going to do is we're going to put on some music. We're going to go get off our feet for a second and relax and go to the bathroom, things like that. And then we will come back to finish the tasting. So you guys can see what that looks like, frankly, so we can see what it looks like. And then we can also try them paired together because I think they would be a nice thing to pair.
Oh yeah, we'll make a fresh pot of coffee if you didn't already say that.
All right, so which one would you like to have, the Reed or the Toes in My Sand?
I'm going to try the Reed because I've had the Irish one now quite a few times. I know what it tastes like. I'll drink it again, not afraid. Love it, actually. But let's try this one with the bourbon Kentucky whiskey versus the Irish whiskey.
All right, and then I will
Wait,
try...
is that right? Bourbon whiskey?
Yeah, bourbon whiskey. Okay. And then I will try some of the quote-unquote traditional one. And just, so we can get a nice little close-up here of what these boys look like. All right, man, these are going to be delicious. We've got our homemade Irish cream. Why don't you step away for 1 second?
Sure, I'd love to.
And we can see, oh yeah. Sometimes you just gotta look and marvel and be like, wow, not only does that Irish cream look good, but there's also a robot vacuum over there. What is that doing in their kitchen? You never know. But for today, let's try these, and hopefully I didn't mix them up, but we'll find out shortly. Cheers.
Mm-hmm. Creamy.
Creamy.
Boozy.
A little bit of chocolatey.
Oh, yeah, you get the chocolate, like, third.
And, like, the coffee, like, you don't, like, necessarily need... I don't, like, oh, wow, there's coffee. But it kind of just... The coffee flavors go really well with the chocolate.
Yeah,
kind of like that. That's what it makes me feel.
It's like hovering over here.
Sometimes you're like, plie. And other times you're just like, oh, this is the Irish cream dance. I don't know.
Irish cream dance. Oh, it's good.
But how's yours?
It's great. It makes me want to go back for another one. You get the warmness of the whiskey, but no burn. So if you're like me, I don't like booze that burn. Like, it's just not fun.
And that's the beauty of the whiskey is it gives you a nice warmth, and you get the flavors of it with this, but the fatty richness of the cream kind of helps balance it out and cuts that alcohol burn out.
Can't you see now we're like in a cold glass of milk with a cookie on the side?
I can totally see that. I just kind of wish we had cookies right now. But I'm also looking forward to putting this into my coffee. And I also could see over some ice especially like as it kind of melts a little bit, that icy, well, one, it'll get it cold, and two, that water will melt a little bit and kind of get it a little looser and a little more drinkable. I could see that being
more
really
of
nice
a beverage than like a thick sauce.
Yeah, but you know, we like thick sauces too, and that is very good. And the thing about it, both from the creaminess and the alcohol, and also from the blending and getting that kind of emulsion type of thing going, it gives you this creamy mouthfeel, which kind of like coats your tongue and your mouth, and it's very nice. It's
super satisfying. This would be a great gift to give.
Yeah, you could bottle this up, right? Or say you have some old salsa jars or something like that. You could save those and pour them in there and then give it as a Christmas gift. That would be an amazing thing.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to be mad at you when you come to them and say, hey, I made this homemade thing. Would you like to try it?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about cooking is you can really impress with a lot of recipes, but honestly, behind the scenes, they didn't take that much work or effort or were even easy, but they impressed really well. And so it's not like you're trying to trick the person you gifted it to, but you're giving them something special, and it wasn't a whole lot of sweat off your back.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about cooking at home is that it's easy to like build it all up in your mind as if this big ordeal. It's got to do all these things. You got to do every single step from scratch. I got to grow the corn. I got to turn it into whiskey. You know, you don't have to do all that.
No. I'm about, okay, so 80-20. The 80-20 rule is like you eat 80% like healthful things, and then life is about balance. 20% not as healthy things, right? And then when you're cooking, the 70-30 rule, it can be like 70% fresh whole ingredients, and then 30% maybe store-bought or something's already prepared, or you know, to helps you out in the kitchen and makes it a little easier. It's not exactly what you were saying,
no, but I
my
like
mind
that.
went to
and
that.
I'll point out there is something else called the 80-20 rule, which is a Pareto principle and other things, different type of thing than this. Just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
And you know what? Most importantly, I gotta pee.
All right, let's take a break, and we will be back, and we're gonna eat some tart and be with you more because you're awesome.
Yes, we will. And so let us put on a little bit of music, and we've got about 12 minutes left, so we'll have music on, and then we will come back for that final tasting.
Cut it. We'll be back.
And we will be back. We got this here. Is that? Welcome back to What the Hell is Water. In case you are just joining us, I'm here with Libby Corneau of Libby's Kitchen and Studio.
Hi.
And today we have started from scratch to create a rustic pear tart, which we have here and we just took out of the oven. Don't worry, we took it out a little bit ago, so it's not hot. And we've also made some homemade Irish cream and some Kentucky cream, which we use bourbon instead of the Irish whiskey. And so yeah, here we are. So Libby, tell us, how long ago did we take this out of the oven? And for those people at home, what would they do when they take it out of the oven?
Yeah, we took it out of the oven about 10 minutes ago. And a lot of times in cooking shows, they don't do a lot of the things that are typically behind the scenes, like measuring things out and telling you about all the little tips and tricks and nooks and crannies along the way. But that's what we do a little differently here is we show you from, A to Z and all the letters in between. So I haven't touched this other than just letting it cool. Can we show them at this camera angle? You can see where some of the sugar, we told you it might, watch yourself, man. Showed you where some of the sugar around the edge might get a little caramelized and sticky. It did that, yeah. And so we have this spatula to help us kind of slide it off. And you want to be careful because while there's not a whole lot of liquid, it is a little juicy in there. So you want to be gentle. And we're going to just gently slide it off. You can do this a couple ways. You can just let your spatula slide it off. You can, you could take the whole parchment paper, but sometimes we're just gonna go with whatever is naturally happening, and that came off really nicely.
And it's worth pointing out that in this case, our sheet pan had lip to it. But if you're using a cookie sheet or something that didn't have a lip, that'd be a little easier to slide off.
It sure would. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
So if you have problems getting it off, use a cookie sheet the next time.
Yes. Thank you for that tip. So we're just gonna slide this guy forward to continue to rest. You wanna let it rest, at least 20 minutes, 15, if you're just really excited. But you wanna let some of those juices, and remember we put the cornstarch in there as a thickener. You wanna let those juices really kind of firm up and settle so that when you slice it, hopefully you don't just get like the juice spread.
Yeah, and I want to make sure to point out that this came out of the oven maybe 15-ish minutes ago, so it's actually cooled a decent bit already. I would not recommend tilting it and things like this like I'm doing now
when
because
you first take it out.
It'll still be a little hot and runny, and so that could slosh around and things like that. But I wanted to point out just honestly how beautiful this looks.
Yeah.
I'm really happy because we didn't know how this was going to turn out, and it's the first time we've made it. But you can see here the edges got really nice and golden brown, and you can see the granules from that turbinado sugar, which make it look really pretty. So we're also going to get a nice close-up picture here so we can show you guys later. But also just the color on the pears and stuff like that, they look really nice. You can see the cinnamon, and then also around the edge you can see a little bit of that jam coming through. I think that's going to be a really nice flavor combo. And I don't think we mentioned it before, but the preserves we used were blackberry preserves.
Blackberry.
So I feel like blackberry and pear are
yeah,
do so
the pear's gonna be really sweet, and the blackberry is gonna be a little more tart. And I like those flavor contrasts when you have like something that's sweet and rich to also have that tartness.
Yeah, so having just a smidge of the acid is that really helps kind of add a little bit of brightness to the dish. And if you ever have like something that you've cooked, especially if it's something you cooked for a long time, like a stew or a soup, or you've braised something like that, adding a fresh squeeze of citrus, which could be lemon, lime, orange, whatever flavor you think would go nice, that little acid really wakes up the dish and really brings out the flavors.
It really does. It's interesting you say that. I'm preparing to cook for some clients later in the week. We're doing some chicken noodle soup, and my recipe does call for putting lemon in your soup. It just brightens everything up. So try it next time.
Yeah, especially if you're ever like, this is just missing something. Just give it a little squeeze, and it's really nice. All right, so now let's move over to the creams, because oh man, these things are gonna be delicious. And so put that over there for me. And what you're gonna see here is, one of the, actually I had it over here.
Yeah, I was looking. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
That's the way you wanted it. Okay,
yeah.
I gotcha.
And so actually you'll notice on here, so we transferred from our cups to, these are just some empty salsa jars. So that's a little pro tip for you guys. If you ever have salsa jars or any kind of jars that are glass, what you can do is you can wash them. You can just throw them in your dishwasher, and you can take the labels off, and then you can reuse them, which are great for things like this when you're making homemade stuff. And so we went ahead and we put on there just a little tape label, and this one says K for Kentucky, and this one says I for Irish, and that way we know which ones they are.
Yes.
I just wanted to point that out because this is a little tip that I don't know if I picked it up somewhere or just started doing it, but I started keeping a roll of masking tape and a Sharpie in my kitchen. And the reason I do that is because I just always have it handy in case something needs to be labeled.
Yeah.
And when I open something in the fridge, I slap a label on it and I say, oh, this is the date I opened it, or this is the date where I want to throw it out.
Yeah.
And I recommend that if you guys are doing this at home, pick a system that works for you. In general, I think it's better to pick a date that is when you're going to throw it out, because that way, if you live with other people, and regardless of where you are or who you are, when you come back to it, you come to it and you can see this is the date. And then if that's the date you're going to throw it out, then you just know someone can throw it away. And if you got roommates or something like that, anyone can know, hey, if the date is after this, you can throw it away. And that way people can kind of work with each other and stuff like that.
That's great.
But it's also great for labeling things, like just so you know which one's which. Because in this case, they're just two glass jars.
Yeah, they look very similar, if not identical. Okay, Reed, so there are a few ways in which we can consume this. The most obvious being put it in a hot cup of coffee or a cold cup of coffee.
Yeah.
But there's some other ways.
You can also just, take a straw and just suck it straight out.
You sure could. And if you watched us earlier, and maybe even on this segment so far, you see Reed likes to pour into his mouth, but I'm not going to let him do it with this. It's not too special, but,
Yeah, so one of the ways we can do this is serving it over ice. And so I've already taken some ice cubes here, and get a close-up on this for a second. So what I have here is a silicone ice mold, which just gives you some actual cubes. You know, when you say ice cube, a lot of times you're actually not dealing with a cube shape. Because if you've got a traditional ice maker, then it's going to kind of come out in these like kind of crescent moon shapes, which are nice. But having just the actual cube can lead to a drink that looks just a little fancier, a little nicer. We also have a crystal glass here, which makes it look a little fancier, a little nicer too. And people are like, oh, crystal, blah, 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 so expensive, so much things. Well, it's nice to have. And we got these for our wedding, which is really the main reason to get married, so you can get a bunch of kitchen stuff.
For sure.
And then we also have a metal straw here, which, you know, my wife, Danielle, she likes this multicolored, iridescent type of stuff. And so that seems to be a trend in our house. And so I put these ice cubes in there. And so you just grab this reusable tray, and you can you put it in the dishwasher to clean it. And that's also, we talked earlier, when you're squeezing lemon, if you have extra, you could use those reusable molds for saving some citrus and stuff like that.
You certainly could.
And I've just put these ice cubes in here for a little bit, so there's actually a little bit of water at the bottom. So what I'm going to do is just going to take my hand and cover that, and then I'm just going to pour out the extra water that's kind of the melt of the ice.
Nice.
And then what I'm going to do is we're just going to pour a little bit of this. Let's say Kentucky. And so this one's a little bit full. So what we're going to do first...
That's the Irish one, but
what did I
it's
say?
Kentucky.
Oh, wow. I looked at it. I even saw I. And we're just going to use this spoon here to kind of spoon off the top because it's a little bit full. And then, you know what? We're just going to YOLO it. And we're going to do that. And we're going to make a mess, but that's okay because that's part of how I work in this kitchen. And Libby rolls her eyes a little bit, but...
It's okay, because I just walked in front of the cameras. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect. But it looks like we want to make maybe an iced coffee.
Yes,
here.
yes.
So I'm going to pour, you know, just some coffee in there. You don't have to measure this. If you want just a little, pour a little.
It just depends because the coffee right now, that's just black coffee you're pouring in there.
Yep.
So it's gonna have a little bit of that bitter, obviously have that coffee flavor. So if you're making this for somebody who doesn't really like coffee, this is also actually a great segue for them to move into that coffee world. For Danielle, my wife, the way she got into coffee was from McDonald's Frappuccinos. And honestly, this will kind of taste like a fancier McDonald's Frappuccino, I think. So we'll just use this metal straw here, which we have, so we can get some stirring in. Would you like to taste that?
I would, thank you. All right, so Irish cream and coffee. It's so rich, but like not too rich. Not like I can't drink all of it. You know when a drink is too sweet and you're like kind of get you back here. But it's really nice. Yeah. And you almost maybe you just get the booze in the background.
It's still not like very hot.
Still get the mouthfeel of the
creaminess.
That's nice.
Yeah, and give us a close up on this one so I can also show out kind of these two different styles of straw. So this is a metal straw.
This one.
So which you can clink and it's nice because they're very rigid. They look good stylistically, especially if you're serving a fancy drink. Also, it's worth noting, you know, especially for some people, they might chew on the straw or actually accidentally bite down on it because they're used to that, especially if there's someone who likes to fidget a lot. That's the one downside of the metal straw is it can be a little thing to chomp into. But they sell little tips for it so you can chew on it without it hurting your teeth.
Yeah, I have one of those.
However, they also have these kind, this is just a silicone straw, which is also dishwasher safe. And you can also grab a little, I think they come with these, but if not, you can buy them. It's just a little, basically pipe cleaner you can use to get on the inside. And we like these a lot. Actually, in fact, we have them in our reusable water cups. You know, this is what we use all the time, so we have some water handy.
Makes it really easy to drink water. And I know that sounds silly, but how many of us out there don't drink enough water because it's just not quite convenient?
Yeah, exactly. So if you're looking for a brand to get for that, we have Arctic mugs. So we will include links for that in the description in the future. But basically, this is what's called a vacuum sealed tumbler. So it's two walls and there's a gap, an air gap in between. And so it keeps cold things cold and hot things hot. So nice. I like to make nice iced water and have that throughout the day. But not more importantly, let's try a sip of this.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so good.
It's so good.
That's just so good. So we'll put that to the side. But honestly, that's just so delicious. I could probably chug that whole thing. Like you said, like, it is rich, but it's not so rich to where I couldn't drink the thing. And if it is too rich for you, then maybe you could add a little bit more coffee. Or if the coffee is honestly not your vibe, you can even add a little bit of water to it if you want to.
Or more milk, like a thin milk. not cream.
Yeah, so let's talk about another kind of fancy way you can do this. And just like hospitality, so we had Libby on What the Hell is Water yesterday, and we talked about the first half of the acronym we came up with, which was...
Wham!
Wham! Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And the first half was talking about wholesomeness and hospitality. And we talked about that yesterday with our co-host Ryder, and we're going to get the later on in another episode, but which is art and munchies. But a big part of hospitality is just paying attention to the small things and taking a little extra time and care. And when it comes to food and presentation and things like that, presentation is not a hard thing to do. You just do a couple of small steps, and it makes a very big difference. And this is something we teach about in our course, Kickstart Your Kitchen, which you can see at kickstartyourkitchen.com. And we talk about how plating and presentation make a huge difference in the dining experience. The section's called Improving Your Dining Experience. And we talk about how the lighting, the sound, even like the smells that are going around your house that aren't your food, that you don't want people to be smelling, or maybe you want to add some candles or incense to get some other types of smells.
Okay.
That all kind of goes into what the dining experience is like.
An environment and an ambiance and a mood more than just eating food.
Right. It's one thing to just cafeteria style, just have it kind of plopped on there. But when you do it with a little bit of intentionality, not only, do you tell as the person who's making it, but whoever's consuming it, which could be you, by the way, or it could be your family or friends, they're going to notice.
They will. And it's going to make them feel special. And the food's going to be great because you made it. But even if it's something that's a little lackluster, we eat with our eyes first, right? So they're going to see it. And it's going to brighten them up. Yeah, they'll get excited. You might notice it in their face. That's going to excite you. And everyone wins.
And so right now, we'll get another close-up angle here. And I'm going to make a mess. So normally, I would recommend you do this over the sink. But I'm going to do it over here so you guys can see it nice and close up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take, this is just some Hershey syrup. This is the Simply one. So it doesn't have high fructose corn syrup. Honestly, I don't think that's that big of a deal personally. That's up to you to decide. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to drizzle a little bit of a crosshatch pattern here, which one, it will add a little bit of extra chocolate flavor, but more importantly, it kind of just looks fancy.
It sure does. And I don't know if you're going to do this, but I'll let you know before you start. If you tilt your glass, then you can... It helps.
Yeah, so what happens, what she's mentioned is as you tilt your glass here, if I'm drizzling from the top, I'll have a little more left to right room to play with, right? And since this is a martini glass versus if I'm going like this, it'll be more easy to slide. So thank you for pointing that out. Sure. And another thing is I'm going to start kind of higher up. So I'll be right at the top of the frame on your screen. So you can see I get that little bit of a thinner thing. And you can do whatever kind of designs you want. It's up to you. And again, like I said, I'm doing this over my counter, but I'd recommend you do this over your sink. But you can see, I mean, doesn't that just look cool?
It does. And this would be a great time to use the bench scraper.
There you go. You get that bench scraper, or you can grab that towel that you have over off the side. And the nice thing here is we have this right next to our sink, so we can just scrape it right off to the side. And now we have that nice little base for our drink. Also, real quick, red herring for you guys. I think that's the right term. We have some ice cream over here. We'll see what's going to happen with that shortly. But you have this nice fancy design, and now you have a little bit of chocolate pooled in the side. And if you get too much, you can always dump some out. But, I mean, too much chocolate sauce, who's complaining?
So we use the
Irish one with that one. So let's do the Kentucky with this one. All right, and so we want to do just the cream on this one, or do you want to add a little bit of coffee? How would you like to do this? Do you want to do the ice cream?
I would say let's do the ice cream. Put a little bit of ice cream right there, and then pour the cream right over the top, and that's going to be perfect.
All right.
And I would say this is a time when you want to get the colder part of the ice cream in the center and not the edges where it started to melt. Doesn't matter, no, but it's all about presentation.
All right, and so what you can do, give a close-up on this one here, too, so people can see. You can kind of shape the scoop as you're working with it. And so what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to just make like something that looks a little more spherical so it looks a little pretty. And honestly, what you can also do, believe it or not, is you can use another spoon, or you can even use your hand to kind of smooth out the sides. And this one's going to be actually probably a little too big, so I'm going to cut that one in half. I'll let you do some work with it.
Yeah.
You show me your magic.
So then you take your second spoon, and if they were the same kind of spoon, sometimes it's a little easier, and you just like do this.
Yeah, so by taking those two spoons back and forth, you can kind of smooth out the edges, and then you can get a nice little pretty
dollop of sorts
there. And another fancy term, if you ever heard it, is a Corneau, which is Crenel. I think it's some French word. It's like Corneau.
And I actually am going to use a spoon on this one. We're going to keep with the drizzle effect. Don't be afraid to use spoons in your kitchen, y'all. That's what I'm about, clean as I go. You don't have to dirty up every dish in the kitchen. But having like a jar of spoons on your countertop is super helpful for tasting things. And if you're not making it for just yourself and you don't want to dip your spoon back in, or there's just, spoons are great. Don't be afraid to use lots of spoons.
The only thing I want to point out is that you want to be careful because spooning can lead to forking. So you want to make sure you're aware of these things before you get into them.
All right. So I'm just gonna, you could do anything here. You really could pour it. We're gonna drizzle it, you know, if you had really cold, really cold ice cream, we'll just do all that. Why not?
Yeah. And
then it would almost, sorry to cut you off.
No,
it would almost crystallize when it hits the really cold ice cream and like make this crust, which is awesome. If you've never poured milk on your ice cream before, do it. It's fabulous.
I like that idea a lot. And one thing I also want to point out is as you're doing this whole thing, do this in front of the people you're cooking for, right? Because it's kind of the experience. Like, for here at our house, we have this bar here. We have some bar stools here. That would be a great spot for people to be sitting, and we'll be talking. We'll be having a good time. We're hanging out. But I could still be cooking as part of us hanging out.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. I feel like a lot of people feel like you need to cook all of it before people get there. I'm a huge fan of people being involved in the experience, or at least there. Like, I can talk while I'm still cooking, right?
Sure. Okay, why don't you grab another spoon and let's just go in.
Let's just try this. I mean, this is the important part. Cheers.
Dink it and sink it. I've heard two wise ones say before.
Dink it and sink it. Let's get a close-up on that one real quick. All right, time to dink it and sink it. What do you say? Get a little bit of that ice cream, a little bit of the cream, a little bit of the chocolate.
Oh, and the chocolate at the bottom. I'm going to really get in there.
Oh, that's...
I had a real bite.
That's really good.
Is it good?
Yeah. It's been a nice show, guys. I'm gonna have to leave now. And we'll pass this off to our behind the scenes audience so they can finish eating it before
right
it
now.
melts.
Eat it right now.
Yeah. So, all right. So that is very good. Out of the two ways, I like that one best.
That's my favorite so far.
Obviously.
And I've poured it on a cake, y'all.
And here's the other one for you too, behind the scenes audience. All right. Now let's move on to a couple of the other methods. So we showed kind of the fancy coffee drizzle, chocolate drizzle with a ice cream. And it's worth mentioning that you can mix and match any one of these, right? So that first iced coffee, you could also have drizzled your chocolate sauce on that, and that would have been a good combo too.
Yes. Make some whipped cream. Ooh. So remember one more thing. Remember we put some of those instant coffee granules into our cream. And the reason you use instant is because it's meant to dissolve in a liquid without having to heat it up. So you could also make some homemade whipped cream, which I think maybe you have a lesson on or will one day, or I'll tell you about it later. But sprinkle some of those instant coffee granules into your cream as you're whipping it, and then put some like coffee whipped cream on any of this.
Yeah, and you can also, if you want to take some of that cinnamon, or if you have cocoa powder,
or nutmeg,
or that instant coffee itself, and you want to kind of sprinkle a little bit of that on top as a garnish.
Yeah.
Garnish is another one of those things we talk about at Kickstarter Kitchen, where it can just a little bit of extra thing. One, especially if you're using ingredients that are part of the dish, it lets people know like, hey, this is inside. But it also just freaking looks pretty.
It really does, and that's a good thing to do if you're adding heat, and your heat element can be garnish, so that folks know, oh, hey, there's jalapeno in here. Chop up some jalapeno and put it on top.
Yeah, so especially if you're making something that's like filled, like a quesadilla or an empanada or something like that, what you can do is you can put like a jalapeno on top, be like, oh, there's jalapenos in this one, or oh, here's a pepperoni, so you know inside of this calzone there's pepperoni. And good restaurants will do that type of thing, or sometimes they'll also use a little food brand before. Have you seen that before, where they'll put a little shape?
Yeah, they will. They'll
there.
Brand it. If you know somebody who does iron work, have them make you some brands. Okay, I want to say one thing. Let's do two kinds of pours here. It looks like we're doing hot coffee and cream. Let's do one cream in the bottom, pour in.
That's exactly
and then
what I was gonna suggest.
Coffee in and pour on top.
Great minds think alike. And also, I've got us a spoon here so we can pour over the back of it to allow additional separation.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
So which one would you like to start with first? Let's do the harder one first, which is going to be the coffee on bottom with the cream on top.
Yes, and maybe
let's do it in that
this
one. That one might be a little prettier. And so what we've got just a pot of coffee here, and this is just a nice fancy cup, which we can get a close up on. I'll go ahead and give him a shout out just because we're nice guys like that. And what I have here is a cup from Hair of the Dog, which is a brewery in Portland, which actually I think you were with us when we went on that trip. Maybe.
We have been to Portland before.
Yeah, and
together.
that was the only time I've been to Portland. So you
then
were definitely there.
Process of
or maybe
elimination.
one other time, but this definitely when I got that. And so what we're going to do is we're going to start out with just some of this coffee, which is just hot,
So
black,
watch your hands.
brewed coffee. And I'll just do like that. I don't know where I'm going with that. We'll just leave this over here. And so now we've poured up some hot coffee to this. And so what happens is this is a different density, a different viscosity than the cream. So this is a lot thinner. This is a lot thicker.
Mm-hmm.
And so naturally, the thicker one will be at a different kind of layer as this. But what you can do to help that even more is you can get a spoon and you can pour it over the back of the spoon. So for this one, you think Irish or Kentucky?
You know, they look pretty even. I'm not going to go based on flavor. I'm going to go based on how easy it is to pour out of the container, and something that has a little less will be easier.
Oh, this will be a little easier to pour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the back of the spoon here and I'm going to pour this cream right over the top of it. And that's going to cause it to spread out over the back of the spoon and then kind of just more gently go on the surface.
All right.
So it won't like mix quite as much. And we'll see how this goes.
Well.
Yeah, see, not so well.
But you know what?
And sometimes it doesn't always work as well. You know?
No, and you know what might have helped if we didn't pour out of what we were saying earlier, a straight-sided container.
Right.
Something that has a spout is going to make it way easier to pour a small, steady stream.
Yes, and
So,
but I want to point out that, I mean,
good.
that's the thing here, right? Like, we're both two very experienced cooks, and sometimes you try things and they still just don't work exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
But do I look mad?
No.
No, I don't look mad
It's
because we're still going to have some Kentucky cream.
Oh, yeah.
And we're still going to have some coffee.
It's going to taste the same. Pretty much, really. As my brother would say, it'll eat.
It'll eat.
It'll eat.
I like it. And for the other one, go ahead and what are we going to do on that one?
So this one we're going to go straight in. And you know, I'm going Kentucky again because, like I said, I made the Irish cream not too long ago. And I got to enjoy it a lot.
And so now you get to enjoy
So now I'm going to enjoy the Kentucky cream. So I don't know what angle we want to go from. I'm going to move this. I'm going to put this in here. I like my cream and coffee like not so sweet. So I'm just going to like just do this. Okay, so this time I'm going for flavor, not for like booze factor. I just want to and just have some. All right. I'm going to go about yay much because that's my personal preference, but you could do whatever you or your guest would like.
Yeah, and are there any other types of things that you want to try plating up, or is that pretty much it?
That's really all I can
Yeah,
think
so
of.
let me try
You
this.
want to do this?
So, you know, I tried pouring the coffee or the cream onto the coffee. Let's just try. I was like, oh, that way didn't work. Let me think of a different way. And so let me try pouring the coffee on top of the cream. And so for this one, we will use the Irish cream, and we'll start off with a little bit on the bottom there. And this is just to try
You're
it
going
out
to
and
still
see.
use the spoon?
Yeah, I'm going to still use the spoon. And so we're going to see what that looks like.
This is all for funsies.
Yeah, this is just like, this is what you do. Like, right, when you try something and it doesn't work out, you just try it a different way and see how it looks.
Let's see what happens.
See how it works. Try and go slow here.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Okay, this makes sense. Like, I'm not a scientist, but the coffee maybe doesn't weigh as much, so it doesn't sink through the heavy cream quite as quickly. But that heavy cream is thick, and it just goes right through that thin coffee. I don't know.
And that, you heard it here first. Libby, the coffee engineer and scientist. And, you know, go back to that close-up angle for one more second.
Because it really did stay.
It did stay a little bit better.
So, you know.
It's kind of hard to see because it'd be best if we had a camera coming from down here, but there is a little bit of a layer of just the cream on the bottom and then the coffee on top.
All right.
So it's up to you guys to try that out and see what works best for you. And, you know, it may not be able something to be layered that well. Maybe you use different glass. Maybe you use a bigger spoon. There's other things you can try. You can look up. This is the thing. Like once you start to learn 1 or 2 of these skills, that's when you start to branch out and be like, hey, I want to layer my drinks. What do I need to do? And then you can go online and you can look it up and say, okay, if I'm going to try and layer my drinks, here are some important things to keep in mind. Also, it's worth noting that temperature may have something to do with this.
It
the
surely
hot
could.
coffee may mix it a little easier with that cream than it would if they were both cold, for example. I don't know.
Yeah.
So now I think we probably need to try these. What do you think?
We do.
And then also it's worth mentioning with the layering, if you want, you can leave it layered like that, or you can kind of take your spoon in there and just kind of stir it. It just kind of depends. Do you want to have a little bit of that more coffee taste and then gradually it gets a little sweeter or not? That's just up to you. It's personal preference. With that, let's try a little bit. Cheers.
Cheers.
I mean, it's just good every way, to be honest.
It's so good.
Let's just be real about that.
Now, in there, I do taste the booze a little more. It doesn't have the ice cream to cut it. I don't know, the ice. If you did not know, cold drinks, you can't quite taste them quite as much as you can a warm drink. There's science behind that too, and that's all I'm going to say about that. But I think that has something to do with why I can taste the booze a little more in this hot coffee than I could when it's cold. Who knows? Somebody can check my
The only way to know more
facts.
is to just keep tasting it, to be honest.
Yes. Before we move to the tart, which we're also going to eat with these coffee drinks, with our amazing live audience shortly, we need to close these up and put them in the fridge. And you might be tempted to lick the side. I mean, if you're going to consume it soon, quickly-ish, within the next couple days, and it's maybe just you and like your partner, do it. That's fine. But really, you want to wipe it with a damp, clean rag or paper towel, and you want to try to not put anything contaminated. A spoon you've put in your mouth back in there, that's just introducing live bacteria that you don't want into your product, and it's gonna prevent it from lasting as long.
Yeah, so. And you may think you taste good, but not everyone might think you taste good.
Yeah,
so
that's
you
right.
don't want to necessarily mix those in.
That's
so
right.
She's gonna make sure to tighten those up. This is an airtight container, and as she mentioned earlier, we've got the label on here, so we know which one's Kentucky, which one's Irish. But also, the shelf life of this is make sure you see what your cream is.
Yeah.
So you know.
Yeah, check the date on your cream, and honestly, heavy cream expiration dates are much longer than like regular milk.
Yeah, like you buy a jug of milk, by the time you get it from the store, it's probably only good for a week, maybe 2. Whereas with cream, it's more like months. Yes.
A thing to fact check though, because I'm not sure, is, well,
the bottom line is look at
just look it up, or keep it for about a month in the refrigerator for about a month, if it will last that long.
Yeah, it won't last that long in my house. That's
no,
true.
You will notice though, even if it sits there for a day, a couple hours to a day, it will start to separate a little bit. So just give it a swirl, a stir with a spoon. You can shake it, but then you're getting a lot of the liquid on top of the lid, and when you open it, it's fine. It's just gonna be a little messier. So use a spoon to stir it. Don't be afraid of spoons.
So let's go ahead and get this tart here. And so real quick, I just want to point out, this is a really cheap cutting board we have. And if you go to the close-up angle here, then you can see it's actually warped. It's bent. You can see it's got this curve to it. And that's because this is extremely cheap, and it's meant to, but honestly, I would never recommend buying one this cheap. And this is why, because it warps like this. However, if you have one like this, then you can also do cool things like that, which you could drizzle some chocolate and use as a fun effect if you wanted to. But if you're cutting things and you want to make sure that they stay where they are as you're cutting them, that's actually really impressive. That's still spinning so much. What you can do is you can just take a paper towel and you just get it a little bit damp. I just ran it under the sink for a second. And then you put it down flat on the counter.
Perfect. It also works with the towel if you are trying to use less paper towels.
Yes, if you have like a tea towel like these ones we were talking about here, or if you even have like a pot holder or something like that, it's a little grippy, or if you have one of these jar openers.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
What about a pickle jar opener?
Yeah, if you don't have a jar opener, these things are great. We'll include a link for this in the description eventually as well. So make sure we take a note to remember that.
Oh, yeah.
And then these jar openers are great to allow you to get a little more grip so you can open a jar. But in this case, you can use them to hold your cutting board in place as well. And so what we'll do is, for today, we'll use paper towel because everyone's got one of those probably in their house.
And it's time for this. I'm going to give my hands a little wash. I've been touching a lot of things. I'm going to put my hands on that guy, and we want to be clean. Hope you're all having a good morning. Drink some water, eat some lunch.
Do a little dance, make a little love.
Celebrate yourself.
Get down tonight.
Okay. Ooh, 2 kinds of knives here. Would this be serrated? Ah!
Yeah,
Yes.
so let's show that one real quick up close so we can see the difference between these 2 knives. So what we have here is a chef's knife, which is this one here. And then we have a serrated knife, and this is a bread knife. And these have all these little teeth in them, which can help to kind of grab things as you're cooking them, or as you're cutting them. So to be honest, I think either one would probably work fine for this, but in this case, what do you think you would use?
I would use the serrated knife because I'm not going to do as much of like a push. You could do it like a push down hard and fast, like cut through the crust. But I'm going to see first if like just doing like a light, gentle sawing motion.
Yeah. All right. Well, so let's first off, the first step is to transfer it from the cooling rack to the cutting board, which I don't think we mentioned earlier. The reason that you put this on a cooling rack like this is these are wire racks. And so the wire rack, first of all, this has not been in your oven. So the metal itself is not hot.
Right.
So you're taking off that hot pan, getting on here so it stops cooking. And also it allows air to circulate all around the thing. So one, if your thing's done cooking, make sure you don't overcook it.
Yep.
And then 2, it helps cool it down. And also, by having all that air being able to circulate, it allows moisture to get away. Because what can happen sometimes, if you have something that's hot with moisture, it can start to get soggy.
Yes.
And if you've ever had like French fries that you get from takeout or fried chicken, if you see on the top, a lot of times they'll have holes in the boxes to allow all that steam and moisture to escape so it doesn't get soggy. And so we're going to have... Danielle, why don't you come talk to him for 1 second? 1 second, hold on. Sometimes, you know, when you order maintenance the first time in 3 months, you happen to have it to where the maintenance guy happens to come when you're doing a live video.
Which is fine.
But that's just fine. So Danielle will do some delaying tactics there as we finish this up in the next 5-10 minutes or so. And what we're going to do is we're going to transfer, why don't you step outside completely there, Danielle? And then we're going to transfer this over to the cutting board.
All right, and I washed my hands so that I could do this. Oh, and the bottom feels like it's nice and crisp and done, but there's still, it's not like super hard. Like you can still, as odd as it may sound, you can still feel through the crust on the outside that like the inside isn't too hard. It's nice. Okay, so let's see.
So why don't you do 1 cut with this serrated knife, and then we'll do 1 with the chef knife, just so we can see kind of like what a difference might look like. And so what are you doing right now? Just kind of feeling how crunchy it is?
Yeah, I'm trying to, so this is like me just, you know, not really overthinking it, but, you know, maybe thinking about it more than you really need to. I want to look at like where and how this crust is going to cut. You want the serrated blade for, you know, the crusty part of the crust. And if I went this way, there's like, that's easy to kind of cut through, and that is too. But if we're doing 2 cuts, thank you for telling me that. This is really the crust that I want to use the serrated knife through. So I think I'm going to go like this direction.
Go for it, yeah. And the important thing to point out is right now, we've called this a pear tart. But if as you're cutting this up, it gets all mangled and crazy, then you just call it a pear crumble. You know, you just change the name of it and you change the expectations, because at the end of the day, it's just about, you know, tasting good, and all these things are going to taste good. Let's be real. I'm going to be quiet for this one so we can hear kind of the crispity crackly of the crust.
And you know, and I'll say maybe I got a little scared and I didn't cut on these like big, hard, crispy parts. I realized that there were some softer, tender areas that
oh, soft and tender. How
yeah,
sweet.
that might have been more conducive for cutting.
And I want to point out here, you know, because it's a fun test to do, switch to the other camera for me. Just going to give a little scrape so you guys can hear just how crispy this is. Oh yeah, nice and crisp.
Sweet. And while we're looking at it, like that cornstarch did what it was supposed to do. Hold your knives carefully. The cornstarch did what it was supposed to do. it really kept all of this
filling
tight, and we don't have any seepage.
Right, so if we hadn't had the cornstarch, we might have kind of liquid kind of pooling underneath, which also would lead to the crust being a little wetter.
And I know you want to use that one.
No, but that works too. That looks amazing, and I'm hungry, so I'm not going to say no.
Pizza.
But it's also worth noting that this is another reason why you want to wait to let it cool a little bit, because if it's hot, it won't kind of congeal like this. Do you mind?
I don't. And this would be another great time and reason you would want a really big cutting board, because like you cut and then you can push some to the side, and so then you really have good space to do the thing.
So I'm gonna take that one because that's a pretty picture.
That's a pretty one. Let's put that to the side, and that can be our show boy later.
Yeah, like our show boy. So we'll show a little bit more about plating on that in a second, but go ahead and cut off the rest of that and just try out the different knives. See what that one feels like too.
I will do it. And you can cut pieces as big or little as you want. These aren't all going to be the same size, but like I was saying, you can kind of see where there's some natural breaks in the crust. So why not go with that? It's just going to make your job easier. Yeah, that's nice. You just apply that top pressure.
Just make sure to push all the way through the crust.
We'll cut this one. We'll leave that. Big Daddy, somebody might want a bigger piece. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So, are we cutting all of it?
No, I do. I think it's time to taste it.
I think it is too.
Let me get you a plate as well, so you can put one of yours up.
Oh, man.
And so this is a case where if we had some whipped cream, which, oh, by the way, a nice thing about this recipe.
Putting one over here?
Just get yourself a slice.
Oh, I'm going to get this
and we already have this heavy cream because we used it in our drink. So to whip this up is very simple. You literally just put it in one of these big bowls, which, again, you already had. So you just need to rinse that out. And you just take a whisk and you beat it. And then after it starts to get kind of to that consistency you want, or a little bit less, you add in a little bit of sugar, add a little bit of vanilla, and then it gives it a little bit more flavor. And then you end up with your own homemade whipped cream in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And you can literally do it by hand. It's not that hard.
Top it on all these things. Eat it with a spoon.
Yes. So that's what we would definitely do for our plating if we had any. I also want to point out, for those of you like, I'm not really sure exactly how that works or what it looks like. We did this on a previous What the Hell is Water episode, so we'll make sure to link that as well. But we did make some homemade whipped cream, so we have that. But today we don't have it. So how would you like to plate yours up?
In my hand with coffee in my other hand.
That sounds like a pretty solid way to do it.
And if you, sir, would like to have ice cream, you can use this plate. And it has crumbs.
I'll use this one here.
Okay, but just remember, that's our pretty boy we're taking a picture of.
We're taking pictures
You
with.
can't eat
That's
him right now. He's for eating later.
He is for eating later. And so just to show another way this could get plated up, you move to that close-up cam. And this is where you realize you like spoons, but you've now used all of the spoons in your kitchen because you've been filming for a while. And so you just take a little bit of that ice cream, you kind of put it off to the side. I don't want a ton because I'm also going to be drinking it with the creamy goodness. And then, optionally, again, you could come in with the drizzle. Or another thing you can do, I'm just cleaning off some of the crumbs here. I'm using my fingers. You could use they're clean, by the way. But you could use the towel to do that as well. But what you can do, anytime you have a liquid, you can just make a little pool like this. And then what you do, you could take a spoon or a fork or something, and you just kind of drag it through. And it just kind of makes it look cool. And also another thing, which I did unintentionally, but I'll point out, if I grab a little bit of this ice cream, kind of the milkiness on the tines, and pull it through, maybe you can get some kind of cool effect. Maybe not.
But try it. It's not going to hurt anything. Have fun.
You get a little smear, and I mean, the thing is, if you get something that looks like that compared to just a whole bunch of loops or a bunch of lumps, you're like, oh, it looks a little bit different, a little bit better. And again, if you used actual spoon, you get a little nicer thing. Yeah. But I was just trying out a little something different.
Just try it out. And remember, that's not just there for pretty decoration. Dip it.
That's there for optimal dippage as well.
Okay.
So I'll just go ahead and give you a toast to this one.
Let's do it. It's been fun.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, I'm going to try some of this pear tart.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, you kind of think like apple pie or something like that.
Yeah, don't leave out the preserve. It's so good. choose a color that's different than the color of your
Good
fruit.
call. Because in the original recipes you looked at... Sorry, let me...
That's an excited bite.
No.
So good.
And the original recipe, or one of the ones you looked at, I used apricot.
Yeah. And
Which
so
would have been like the same color as the pear.
it would have. Everything would have been the same color scheme.
But like as you can see here in this
Can
close-up, I really like the color contrast between kind of that dark purplish, bluish.
Huh. You can, you can
really see the layers.
You can tell.
And now we have people behind the scenes who are like, all right, I've seen
Give
this
us
long
some.
enough.
I need to
eat this. Yes.
Eat it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, and yeah, for our Instagram live viewers on Libby's channel.
Why am I not coming over here and just showing you? Come on, peeps. Yeah, look at this. That's so good. You could order this for me if you want. I'll make it.
I like it. Well, Libby, so today...
So nice of you.
Yes. So today we started off. We made us. Oh yeah.
I don't think you're supposed to keep eating the thing, but I think it's okay.
You know, on the normal cooking shows, they don't just sit there and just grab it and it's like. But
this is how you know that it's really good, and you should make it. Like when you just can't stop eating it.
You're just like.
Don't wait your coffee.
Cheers.
Cheers. Well.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but for me, this is a great start to Tuesday, and I just wanted to point out, man, next to one of our viewers, they sent in a comment just now. They're talking about, wow, how do you have all this different glassware? And they're like, a good tip for glassware is go to a thrift shop. You can go to a Goodwill. You could go to any one of these secondhand stores, and you can get this glassware. I'm not exaggerating, for like $0.25 a piece.
Yeah, you really can, and it can broaden your drink experience for sure.
Yeah, and we already have someone who's requesting an order.
Somebody, okay, I see you. I don't see you because I'm over here and you're over there, but just send me a direct message, or I think my friend Kenny's writing down who it is, and we'll definitely get you one.
Yes, and for those of you who are watching...
It could be Roxy.
Yeah, for those of you who are watching the What the Hell is Water episode, as a reminder, Libby Corneau is here from Libby's Kitchen and Studio. And she does artwork, she does private chef work, and something like this you could have delivered to your house.
You could. I do meals made. It's my mom. What's up, Mom? Lisa. Thank you. She's a realtor in Bryan College Station. If you need a realtor.
There you go.
Network marketing. Anyway, so thank y'all for being here with us today. Yes. Okay, that was got excited and a little distracted. I do custom meal orders. We can build a menu together. It can be for literally anything you would want or need. And I'd be happy to stock your kitchen, stock your freezer, get you set up with some healthful things after the holidays, or maybe just easy. You've been working hard and you deserve a break.
Yeah.
So,
and you don't even need an excuse. Even.
No, you don't.
If you want to have something that's good food that has solid ingredients in it, like that's one of the nice things about buying food from someone like you versus someplace like McDonald's, who I don't know who would eat McDonald's late night at like 10 p.m. as they're maybe about to make a late night episode. I don't know who would do something like that. But if they were, I'd tell them you could get something from Libby's Kitchen and Studio. And I want to make sure to point out it's Libby's Kitchen and Studio, which today we've been focusing a lot on the kitchen. But you also are an artist.
I am an artist. I love to paint mostly on canvases, but sometimes onto wood surfaces and abstract art. Primarily because you always see something different and new, and what I see isn't what Reed sees, and it's just a great expression, and it can bring a lot of life into your space. Happiness as well, because I typically use bright colors, but like just life into your space. So
yeah, and this kind of vibe we have here, this wholesomeness, this hospitality, that's what Libby is trying to encapsulate with her brand. And by buying a piece of her food or her art, you're helping to bring some of that into your home, making the people near you feel welcome, making them have a nice, good environment. And that could be through art or it could be through cooking. And I think, we've talked enough because there's a lot more tart that needs to be eaten.
Yeah.
So I think that's it for today. So thank you guys so much for joining us, both on Libby's Instagram as well as on What the Hell is Water, Helpful for Life's morning show, which you can catch every weekday morning from 7:30 to 8:30 a.m.
Stay tuned for part 2 when Libby is back on What the Hell is Water for the am of Wham when we talk more about art and munchies.
Yes, yesterday we talked about wholesomeness and hospitality on the episode with Libby and our co-host Ryder, and we'll talk with her on a future date about the art and the munchies, because Wham, although, you know, we just made up that acronym before the show, that kind of, I feel like, encapsulated a lot of what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Well, with that, everyone have a wonderful Tuesday. We appreciate you so much, and we will see you next time.
Yeah. Adios. Merry Christmas.